remember the saying that you picked up from there was like a 60-foot tall black obelisk that was kind of covered in vines outside of the tome. Do you remember what was inscribed on that?
So that I think I have in my notes. The enemies oppose, one stands between them. Darkness it hides, don the mask or be seen. Speak no truth to the doomed child, the keys turn on the inside only.
So, so again, those were basically four different sayings. I believe you probably have that. I think I actually dropped it in the chat for Sages and Slayers in Discord, which it might be a while ago. Yeah, you can actually see it. Um, what is that? I think it's supposed to be four lines. Yeah, I think you can pick out the periods. The enemies oppose. Oh no, it's not terribly clear. Um,
I feel like the first two is one sentence, then like the second two after that also one sentence, then speak no
yeah, I
truth
think
one
that's actually.
sentence.
I think it's meant to be six different ones. I was gonna say that you should notice that they're on like four different sides of the obelisk. But maybe I'm just kind of recalling that wrong. But regardless, again, this is one of those things where all of these little sayings are definitely important to keep up on. It's part of why I reminded you last time of this saying before we jumped in, and it's key that again I'm jumping at reminding you before we jump into this again. So these sayings are definitely important to figure out. The enemies oppose is how you all made sure to set up the first um, kind of areas you explored. You saw that there was like a set of all eight statues, and as Chris walked in, as Taryn walked in with the keys, getting close to the statues, they had these little flame, alms jars in their hands, and they would catch flame and light up. And as he walked down that corridor, it revealed at the end that there was an Unk statue kind of behind some vines as he got close enough, and its alms jar lit up as well. Um, and I feel like that's kind of where there's a certain level of the enemies oppose, and that's where you get one stands between them. So yeah, that's kind of one clue there. So maybe I am right in saying that there were four sides to the obelisk. Heather. Um, in darkness it hides might still be a part of that same clue about that corridor. I think that's probably the way to interpret it. I'm not going to look in the book to actually go for it, but those three lines kind of fit almost that hallway on some level. You would then come up to this other visible corridor where you had eight slots, and they were all basically in the cardinal. I don't know what the non cardinal directions are on a compass, but basically you had the choice of like above, below, left and right, northeast, southeast, northwest, southeast. I said that wrong. But yeah, it's got like the number pad of a phone minus the 5 is in the center. That one had 8. You guys put in all but Unk, and I believe it was Jarek who went into that one. It basically locked him inside of this thing as a door slammed down about 10 feet behind him, and poisonous gas was just released in there. And I think he basically sat in there for 10 minutes. I think you went unconscious. It doesn't quite kill you, but I feel like you survived basically kind of nick of time thing. Simply being the toughest person, I think some weaker folk would have actually been consumed in that. But that was the first time you walked up and went to use those keys, and or not the keys, but the actual like cubes, which are keys. Afterwards, I think when Taryn was walking out or around this area, he had the necklace. I think the necklace might have actually been from in here in the actual in that little corridor on Unk. Um, when he walked past the obelisk. Oh, you guys can't see where I'm doing it because I have fog of war there. like drawing stuff on places I've got fog of war, and you can't see it. So Terran retrieved a little pendant, and when he walked close to the obelisk, the pendant basically started to pull off to the west, and that basically revealed to you all the third entrance to this place. When you got to that entrance, you saw another similar door, but instead of 8 alcoves, this one had 9 alcoves. One thing we kind of pointed out was basically if a door was going to slam down behind you again, it was going to slam down there. I think your sidekicks were there, but it basically forced it to where you had like Eku, Dragonbait, and Artist Kimber, who were not quite with you, but they were basically kind of standing beside you, but down that little cliff face. When you all would activate that trap or that wall with all 9 cubes, essentially in the same function where you had northeast, say, was Mao, Wango was southwest, and then in the center was Unk, and you had all of the opposing cubes around Unk, basically. Unk was the final cube that Terran put in, and the moment Unk kind of like sat into the back of the alcove and was fully placed in, the door started to rise up. Um, there's definitely like a few moments where I was like increasing pressure, actually like counting out to you guys, but effectively it's like around 10 seconds that you have to kind of react to these things before that door had basically risen into the stone above, and the puzzle cubes were out of your reach, at least for what you knew then for that time. Before you was a room that was about 20 feet long, pretty smooth stone floor walls, kind of like a not necessarily shale stone, but basically a smooth kind of like singular kind of stone. Inside of the room, the next wall was again a like door of skulls. These skulls were kind of a pretty similar demon skull. I'm not sure if I've actually shown you guys the demon skull head on. I wasn't the right way to upload it, but I think you guys can look at it with that little key. Um, no, I don't know. For some reason, I can't actually just upload it real quick. Um, Maybe I just saved it in the wrong file format. But effectively, that is a specific kind of devil. It is a potentially known face to certain people to understand. Those are oh shit, now my brain goes to a hooked horror, but that is the wrong name for it. But effectively, there's these like open mouth just kind of screaming at you. Mouth fully open, horns up above. Pretty kind of classically like it's why people wouldn't really like tieflings because most people understand those horns are a devil feature, and these things have that screaming mouth. So, like the arch of the door from the floor up to the top to the lintel and down the other side was these screaming faces. Inside of the door was filled with humanoid skulls, so slightly smaller, and those were just normal actual skulls. And that's going to be a constant reminder in this place that all of the people of Omu were extinguished and they are buried inside of this tomb. These skulls are the people of Omu. Anybody who has seen the crypts underneath France can kind of get a sense of what this is when you have millions of bodies that make up these crypts. I 100% think this is part of what they're going for, is knowing, when I say France, I meant Paris. Um, I would not be surprised if other European cities have them as well. Ancient cities had to do something with their bodies of the dead, and one of the things that they do was fill crypts with them. But the Undercroft of Paris, France, if you've never seen pictures of it, is absolutely fascinating, and it's also pretty cryptid. No, that's the wrong word. Creepy. It's not quite creepy, but it's really cool to look into if you like kind of dark stuff. Um, But like that's what this door was, is a door of skulls. But the center of it was a large giant skull. When you stepped into the room, the moment you stepped in, a hand, basically that skull drops open of the giant skull, making that same kind of screaming face. A skeletal hand kind of reaches out with an hourglass and flips the hourglass. And once again, it was kind of a 10-second thing. It's what is your first reaction to this? As the hourglass flips, a handle just kind of falls like below the giant skull, and you can basically see that there's this pull lever right below that giant skull, and you just watch the sand kind of peeling away and slowly dropping down. Taryn would kind of rush in and pull the actual lever. You would have effectively the four of you, your two adventurers and your two sidekicks, inside of this little area, and the floor drops out. I believe Taryn and Jarek were the ones who basically saved themselves from falling in. The other two were to fall into a spiked pit. Um, you basically found your way out of there. It wasn't really a rush for time. There was some sort of clockwork mechanism resetting that trap. You had approximately an hour before pretty much everything started to reset at that hour mark. The door on the outside started to come down. A few moments after that, when the door was coming down, the floors inside started to come up, but you guys had already rushed back in to where this pit was still pretty much open and kind of like rolling in. I think Taryn was able to save Zeros from actually like rolling and like falling back into the pit. You guys didn't have the same difficulty. You knew it was there. But basically, the moment the door hit outside, that trap reset where the floor kind of started to lift you guys back up. So instead of kind of hanging along the edges, you started to get lift back to just parallel with the ground. When that trap of the floor kind of reset, the hourglass came back out of the mouth, flipped over the sand. The handle was still there, but this time you guys did not pull it. And when that sand ran out, that door lifted up, and you would see this corridor of vines ahead of you in this next, like, I think it's like 40 or so foot section. And once again, you would see kind of that devil face at the end of this corridor, mouth open in a horrific scream, and it's just a black hole of darkness. Moving into this, Taryn was kind of aware we're in a trapped area. This is all dangerous. Nothing about this is good. Before that, you guys kind of yelled out, found out that the keys themselves, all of those cubes, had disappeared. Kimber attempted to use some magic to no avail. Effectively, you had lost part of your adventuring squad, and they would have to start to retrieve those keys all again to come back and aid you in this place. So it kind of isolated you all to the four of you at this point. Um, Moving forward with the staff kind of feeling out the ground, you could feel this next section was kind of pressure plated. And you very quickly saw, like, if Jarek were to step forward, he was about to step onto one of these pressure plates. As Taryn kind of pushed down on it with a little bit of his weight, darts flew out of kind of the greenery into the other side of the hall, kind of sticking into some vines, bouncing off of the wall in other places. But you quickly found that this next section had been trapped with effectively like darts that were going to hit anybody who was trying to simply walk through there. Did either of you draw a rough picture of what tiles were trapped while you were going through that spot?
Yeah, I did actually.
Excellent. You don't necessarily have to like say like offhand, but do you have do you have like an easy way to kind of describe the trapped ones?
I mean, an easy way.
So, like, if you got a picture of it, theoretically, if you walk 15 feet forward on the right side of the hall, move over to the left side of the hall, walk forward 5 feet, or walk forward 10 feet, move over to the right side of the hall, and then you should be able to walk forward up to that green skull. That's kind of what I mean.
Okay.
Theoretically, your drawing should kind of say something like this, basically. Like, that's how you have to walk through it.
Yeah, that is basically what I have. Not exactly, but
Or
basically.
maybe even get rid of like that turn and kind of turn that into a diagonal kind of thing.
Yeah, that is what I have.
Yeah, so that's kind of the key thing. That was part of what I was saying to you guys. Having some level of a drawing is what's going to get you through there in the future because you guys already somewhat know. From this hallway, it's still kind of filled with greenery. I think more by the time you get towards the grand staircase, you can start to see that the greenery is kind of failing a little bit. But maybe in kind of that sort of portion of the hallway, it's a little bit more verdant and a little bit stronger. There was a sewer drain kind of below you. You all could hear water flowing through that. And there was a stained glass window off on the western side of that room. Do you all remember what you saw through the stained glass? I'm not sure how deeply
I
you actually.
believe it was a sarcophagus.
Excellent. Do you have any other details about what you saw in there?
I'm just pulling up my notes. Let's see. Um, the stone sarcophagus on a circular plinth. Um, I think it was also like seemed to be light coming through the stained glass, but we couldn't see a source for it. Um, that's all I have on that.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think that was just kind of referring to their certain magical qualities within there. Did you have anything about it, Chris?
I had completely missed to write that down.
Gotcha. I don't think it's a big deal. Maybe we'll just treat with it when we get you back there. You didn't really investigate too deeply into that one, and you kind of moved away. So for now, we'll kind of leave it at that. That was one part. I feel like I was making my lunch. I didn't really pay attention to how much information I gave you, and I did remember you basically just kind of like saw it and just kept moving. I feel like this is a little bit more of kind of a scouting venture than too much more at this point. But we basically then had you kind of walk off to this end. Again, as you kind of get to the east, you would notice maybe a little bit that the greenery is kind of already losing a little bit of a hold, and it's a little bit more kind of true to form stone. When you all got to the grand staircase, do you remember what you saw here? So I believe when you got to this area, a level below you, you would have seen a figure around kind of the edge of your light. And within a few moments, they were out of view and don't necessarily think you could even spot anything other than basically maybe that it was roughly humanoid. I think I have a little bit too little revealed here. You guys would basically be able to know that there is a northern corridor at the top of the stairs that go down to the next level. A little bit above where you are, there was this kind of northern corridor that is east of where you were. I guess it doesn't have to be above, it doesn't have to be inclined. Um, that corridor would be the next place that you kind of investigated, kind of walking around the grand staircase here. You would kind of like start to walk into this place, and the moment you kind of walk off of the actual kind of like balcony here, you feel a little bit of the plates beneath your feet kind of give way, and up ahead of you, there's a kind of suction of air that is being pulled into this corridor. And I think pretty quickly you guys kind of stepped back. You were able to kind of investigate over some time that there was this massive fan down at the end of this corridor, and much of the corridor is just covered in blood. It effectively is like red marble that it's been dyed by so much blood. One thing like Jarek was looking for like body parts and whatnot. I don't think I ever explicitly said it, but part of what I was getting at is there's not really body parts, it's vaporized. Like, there's probably body parts, but they're minuscule little pieces. Like, this thing vaporized whatever it last hit. I think you would try to stop it up with some pythons, and effectively it simply destroyed some, flung some others. But Terran was able to eventually investigate this and spot that there was um, a corridor beyond. There was a pit that seemed to open up where you couldn't really see the bottom of it, but beyond this pit, you could kind of spot the edges of three chests that are along the back. One appearing to be steel, one appearing to be rusted, and one appearing to be almost like copper, like the green kind of patina to it. Um, Never really going too deep in there to investigate. That was really just Taryn kind of reaching an arm in there with a torch, and it was just enough light to basically make out the edges of those chests, and effectively that there was this pit here. I know when you guys were playing it, I kind of revealed that there is another one of these sarcophaguses like inside of that room, but technically you can't see into the pit. Um, but I don't think it is meant to be a surprise to you all for very long, and you now have Mao with you. But this place is the tomb of the nine gods. You expect on some level to find all nine of them entombed in this place. Um, but that pit is there with three chests beyond it, and you would then return to the hallway where we currently have you leaving. But inside of this hallway, you once again spotted one of these devil faces. Once again, it was approximately the size of a human, and you could see like it's covered in skulls, like beyond it, and its face kind of like look through the darkness. You could see on the other side. I think you started with the staff, and then you put your hand through, and then Taryn crawled through. But this devil face head, its eyes were like burning on fire. And when Taryn climbed through, the right eye went out. When Jarek climbed through, the left eye went out. Zeros never tried to climb through. Quinn would have to take off her armor, so it took her about 5 minutes to get to back up the other folks. But Taryn and Jarek were already inside at that point. Taryn had gone first, and the moment he walked in, he heard the voice of a little girl. This girl would turn out to be one of the princesses of the previous monarchy, bringing up the name of the, it's like great great grandmother of the children you met in. I didn't think I looked up the name of the Aarakocra settlement, the monks. Um, Damn. But the children that you all have met, I know I could bring them up in my notes. I know you guys could look them up in the notes. Not necessarily a big deal, but it's basically this is one of those clues that, again, the monarchy, like all of the people of Omu, were killed in this place. Um, this like crystal cube sat on top of a plinth just beyond the sarcophagus that had a snake kind of coiled about it, cluing you all in that this is Mao's tomb. When Jarek got into this place, the more you all talked to her, yeah, Kirsball, the more she would get upset because she couldn't see you. You couldn't quite see where she was for a while when Taryn was in there alone, but it became more and more evident what she was. That somebody in this room was talking to you. You would have seen the skull. And after a few moments, I believe Jarek was kind of saying something about like this is the granddaughter of the kids, at Kirsabal, making that connection. Parents trying to say your grandma's dead, like the queen is dead. She got pissed off when you basically said the queen is dead, and it just kind of escalated like You got to the point where she's ordering you to reveal yourselves. You said we're trying to, and that's when she attacked. Basically, she kind of like burst into a fireball in this room, and you all would start to see that the actual eyes of that skull inside of the crystal cube had lit up a flame and essentially had to destroy it. um, Pushing off the actual top of the sarcophagus, you would see the skeleton of Mao, and beside that skeleton, effectively a staff with pretty similar to the caduceus snakes. They're double coiled around the actual staff. I think the big difference is that I think the caduceus snakes actually look to each other. Mao's snakes are kind of looking away. Um, Upon picking up the staff, a little green wisp of smoke kind of like flew out of it and flew into Jarek, and Jarek would immediately be having a conversation kind of with Mao. I think that's about when Quinn was able to climb through the skull, and the skull would chomp down on top of her and kind of like chew into her, and its eyes lit back on fire. And that's where you guys basically found out two people can safely go through that skull. When the third person goes through the skull, they're getting hit. So on some level, that means one person can go through and come back. Otherwise, somebody's taking damage. Like there's a cost to enter that room, and you have to kind of pay in blood. Um, with that little bit of knowledge from Zeros, like kind of witnessing her get attacked, you sent Jarek out, sent Quinn back out, and then Terran was able to leap through and kind of keep himself safe. When we have you coming out of this area, Jarek's had some personal conversation, kind of like audibly to the others, that he's discussing with Mao. At this point, it's not the first time, not going to be the last time that you all are effectively talking to yourselves as you have somebody telepathically communicating with you. Um, we kind of left it in that. I think effectively some of the important things that you did pick up with that conversation is that the actual gods are entombed here. They're stuck here and they need your help. They can help you, but they also don't necessarily have like knowledge of this place. This is their jail cell, not necessarily something that they're it's one of those reminders like gods in D&D are not all wise. They're beings of power. And when you get powerful enough, you just start calling yourself a god kind of thing. But that's kind of where we left off here. As you guys kind of let all that sink in, do you have any immediate questions or even anything to add with how I kind of said stuff there in that recap?
So just wanted to confirm. So we've leveled up. We have not rested, right? So we're still where we are
Yeah.
in terms of hit points and stuff, right?
Um, yeah, you guys will pretty much have to decide like when you actually want to attempt to do rests and whatnot. Um, I think you guys are still on the same day as when you went to meet the Red Wizards and effectively made the deal with them. That was ambushed by the actual Zentarum. So I think you guys are pretty deep in this day. If you're ready to rest, I don't think your characters would be lacking in being pretty severely tired.
Okay.
Yeah, so I had that session starting at 3 p.m. in the afternoon. So that's like including you were like 4 p.m. when you got past the actual like floor that fell out. You know, you're probably 5-ish when you're getting to the fan, probably like 6-ish when you're stepping out of the Crystal Skulls room. So yeah, I'd say you're probably well into the evening, like 6 or 7 p.m. ish, where we're kind of picking up here.
Gotcha. Okay. So if I think we had the thought that we were going to go return and maybe investigate further back near the stained glass and the other sarcophagus. Chris, does that sound right to you?
Yeah, that
I
sounds right.
guess I should bring up here, before we actually jump in, if you guys don't have any other thoughts to kind of add here. One of the things we had discussed was basically, I think Jarek got word of the skeleton keys while in, damn, I want to say Omu, Ublaka,
Oralunga?
Oralunga. There we go. So you had gotten kind of a note, like a little bit of information about the skeleton keys that you have to look for. And part of what I wanted to actually start here with is when you all are going. Did I delete one of your guys? Whoops. I think I just deleted Taryn. When you guys get to the end of this hallway, you are going to see just kind of like meandering around these stairs, a skeleton that's just kind of walking. And you can see it has like an odd. Whoa, whoa, whoa. It's like an odd metal apparatus around its head, but it's effectively just kind of on the other side of these stairs, just out of view, and it's just, for all intents and purposes, at this point, looks a lot like a skeleton, and it's just kind of like walking across this area, and basically on this opposite side, and we'll just kind of say it seems to just be like walking around there. But that's where we'll actually pick up.
Okay, yeah, if I recall, there are 5 skeleton keys total that we find. Those we need to access the place where the Soulmonger is, remembering correctly. But I don't believe Eric knows like what they look like, or he's thinking they're keys, key, but he has no idea. I don't think he knows what exactly they are, just that they are called skeleton keys.
Yep. So at this point, yeah, there's no actual sense that this is what you're looking at, except for that this place is riddles and mind fuckery, and that's one of those things where I'd say you guys can roll a intelligence real quick. I think that was actually one of my favorite quotes from one of you while I was re-listening to things. Is you basically said, "Wait, we need to stop here a second. Everything about this place is trying to kill us and mind fuck us." Yeah, so Taryn might kind of chuckle a little bit to himself to like look at a skeleton. You see like this metal kind of like hat like apparatus that's sitting on its head, and just kind of like looking across at it, you're like, it's a skeleton key.
So if Taryn kind of shares that with Jarek, Jarek is gonna look to Taryn and be let's go get it then.
Let's get it.
And Jarek would start trying to keep an eye on it while he's kind of like sidling along back around, kind of like clockwise general direction.
So I have no reason to really assume that this is going to be like a combat. But just for the sake of it, will you guys roll initiative real quick? And now I gotta actually look. I don't think it should have more than 3 dexterity. So Taryn, what are you going to do as you kind of connect the dots that there's a skeleton key in front of you?
There's a skeleton key in front of me. Okay. Yeah. I mean, sharing it with Derek, of course, but I think I'm getting confused here. Is that? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought very wrong for some reason. For some reason, I thought we were looking for keys for the skeletons, not that was the literal skeleton key.
So Jarek thought like skeleton key as in just like a regular looking key, but it opens, can open up anything, which is kind of like the general idea when someone says a skeleton key, like a master key, essentially.
Macabre was the word that I was looking for. This is the macabre answer to what a skeleton key would be. It's almost like the dark humor of kind of recognizing like something that builds with the death of life would definitely make a key out of a killed dead being. So if you're not reacting to it right away, you're just going to watch as it kind of walks a little bit, and then we'll go to Jarek.
So Jarek's gonna kind of look back towards Taryn and kind of like, come on, and he's gonna start moving towards it. I think he's actually going to dash to kind of start hurrying to about there. He's actually going to, kind of feeling a little stupid, he's going to call out to it like, stop, as he's running. And that is, he's doing. And Zeros is falling after him.
Gotcha. And then Taryn, once more, what would you like to do?
Now,
Sidekicks don't get bonus actions, right? So you can just go 30 feet.
No, but I mean, he could sling bolts at it. Um, Eldritch Blast.
Oh yeah, forgot that. Yeah, he will do that.
Technically disadvantage. It's essentially dim light, but you can sling them still. So 2d20 plus 6. I think a skeleton's pretty low AC. He's probably looking for 10 with the low die. No, he's probably looking for like 8 with the low die. Yeah, solid hit with the first one. Second one's gonna miss. But nine's like the perfect number where I have a feeling a skeleton's just falling. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just say like Zeros is able to drop it, and it just kind of shatters into pieces as he blasts into it. So you guys can halt the skeleton from effectively walking away, at least at like a little bit of a stun. When you get up to it, you can see that the top of its skull, I think the cranium, is all removed, and this like steel apparatus that you can kind of see like covers like its actual like clavicle, like around its neck, and then it kind of like extends up, and you can kind of see that the actual like skull has this like triangular insert of metal. But effectively, like if you look at the face, it just looks like a flat piece of metal, like up above the skull, extending out of the skull by like 8 or 10 inches. But if you look like down at the skull, it's triangular. That kind of makes sense to you?
Yeah, I think so.
So like the above shape of the metal is effectively a triangle. looking at it face on, you can kind of see that it's like wedge shaped.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Sweet, sweet mouse art. Yeah, so like looking at it face on, you can't really see too much about the actual shape. But looking at it from above, you can see that this is a triangle.
Okay. You said it seems to be extending, so I think Jarek is going to keep kind of reaching it, and almost kind of instinctively, he's going to try and like, if there's something he can grab onto, to try to like tug it out of the skull.
I would say you could destroy the skull with like bludgeoning force. But otherwise, I would say like on some level, there's like a magical property to this. It's not gonna come out of the skull, but you could destroy the skull around it.
Gotcha. Yeah, so I think that's what Jarek would do. He would probably just use his like the hilt of a blade and try to like essentially crack open the skull and almost like peel it away like the pieces. Probably like kind of like hold it up and turn and kind of like hold it out to Tanner and like, what do you think? You ever seen anything like this before?
Yeah, no, nothing.
So this brings us closer back to you guys had thoughts of checking out the stained glass. You had one more corridor to the north of where you are now that you've not investigated, and then you never actually went through the actual fan hallway to discover like deeper into that.
Yeah, Jarek, kind of before we continue on, he just wants to like kind of like ask. He'll ask like Taryn to kind of like hold the light up close, and he's going to try and take a look at the key, see if there's any sort of like distinguishing marks, anything that like marks it as a um, either like a carving or something that indicates like, is it one of several, or just like, I guess kind of anything like that, any sort of markings on it that seem unusual.
I wouldn't be surprised if there are things that are interesting on it, but effectively, the only thing is that right now, it's not going to really connect any dots for you. The triangular shape will eventually become what you're looking for that separates it, but Jarek doesn't know that yet. Other than that, it could have arcane writing all over it that's beyond your comprehension, or it could be completely smooth. Um, there's not really anything for Jarek to understand at this point.
Yeah. Okay. That's, what do you think, Taryn? Back towards the stained glass, or do you want to try that corridor up that way?
I mean, I'm kind of curious where the corridor leads. Guessing it's gonna lead back to the area we could see through the stained glass, but if there's anything else there.
All right. Sounds like a plan. You want to lead the way?
Yeah, I'll lead the way.
Right behind you.
So is Quinn going right behind Taryn? And then Jarek and Zeros will follow? Going like that?
Yeah, and Jarek and Zeros will stay close. Yeah, so like kind of right behind them.
And Terran will, as long as we're still like in the corridor, like the ones we've had around here, until we get to another room, so to say. He's not gonna be checking for traps with the pole, so to say, or just keep an eye out.
Wait, my bad. You are checking with the pole, or you said you're
No,
not?
I'm not until I get to like a bigger room, like when it's still
Gotcha.
just the corridor we're in right now.
Gotcha. So, like, on some level, part of what we were discussing, like, on the first round through, is basically the after that first hallway that you entered in, where it was still like the verdant, like the vines and moss all around you, you would like kept doing it. And part of what we discussed by the time we got to the fan is it's basically so long of not actually getting a response, you had almost gotten lazy about it until all of a sudden you guys actually got to that fan corridor and it happened again. So it's up to you, like how attentive you are, but there is a certain level of like when you do it constantly, you're going to let that like lax. You're perfectly fine to just kind of hold off yourself. But you know, just let me know how you play that. That's how I'll consider it like over time. Because you guys did like a pretty good job of checking like that initial T. When you got to the grand staircase, you're probably at like 60%. You know, by the time you got to the fan hall, you were basically kind of slacking on it. But still, like, eventually felt it. Maybe it's one of those things where you're like kind of doing it and you feel it like last minute. But as you kind of come through this area, this little, it's basically like a 5 or so foot wide corridor, walking across these metals and over tiles, kind of leads you off towards a longer corridor. Are we going on the light of the rings so Taryn can see about 5-10 feet in front of him? Are you guys doing a torch? I feel like maybe Zeros was carrying a torch previously.
Yeah, so I know Jarek had one because he used it over by the sarcophagus with Mal. So I think he probably, uh, this point, is probably still carrying it.
Gotcha. So yeah, you probably have what is that, like an extra 15 feet in front of Taryn. So Taryn can probably see about like that the corridor is going this far. By the time you go about 10 or so more feet, you can kind of see like the first start of maybe it opens up into a room, and then by the time you've gone like um maybe like 10 feet farther than where you moved there, you can see the first moment where this room kind of starts to open up into a larger room ahead of you. Any thoughts once you see those signs of a room, what you're going to do, or are you still just kind of progressing forward as is?
Oh, as I see the signs of a larger room, I am going back to the tried and true method of using a pole to push on the floor to see if I find anything.
Gotcha. So as you're kind of moving forward here, let me get a dexterity saving throw from you, please. By the time you get to about the entrance here and you're kind of feeling around on these tiles, you can kind of see like this room has opened up ahead of you, and you can kind of see signs of the ground and the tile kind of extending off into the distance. You can see the first signs of something being kind of beyond the actual light being cast. But as you're kind of feeling around in the tiles and you start to step into the room, your staff is going to start getting pulled straight forward. Taryn, I would like you to tell me, what metal objects do you currently have on your character?
Oh, yeah, I have arrows have some metal on them.
Gotcha. So those would be in a quiver. You've got your staff on you, which are technically your rings and your knives.
Technically, my thieves' tools would also be metal, right?
Theoretically, kind of like wedged into different like pieces of your leather and your actual clothing. So again, objects kind of attached to you.
A crowbar and a hammer.
Crowbar and the hammer probably attached to your actual book bag.
And then some pitons as well, I think.
Also in the book bag.
All right, and 2 daggers inside of another backpack.
Gotcha. And then any coin that you might have on you as well.
Yeah.
So I need a strength saving throw from you.
Oh, strength?
Indeed. So when this like pull starts to like grab at the actual staff in your hand, behind you, the others are going to see as you kind of like dig your feet into the ground, and Taryn is slowly sliding forward on the ground.
So Jarek, seeing this, I think would rush up, kind of like maybe calling for Quinn to help. He's essentially going to try and grab Taryn and pull him back.
I need a strength saving throw from Jarek. Is Quinn helping?
Yeah, Quinn is definitely helping.
And a strength saving throw from Quinn as well, please. Alrighty. So, Jarek, when you go up there to help him, you are going to fly across this room, and you've got the torch.
Yes. And plenty of metal, obviously.
So same thing, like it's going to be important what metal objects that you have. Quinn can indeed kind of stabilize Taryn, and she can also kind of hold herself. Both of them are in that same kind of state, though. The moment you enter that room, you're holding back from whatever this is that was drawing Taryn forward. It's now flung Jarek across this room. How far is that? So, Jarek, you are going to take 18 bludgeoning damage as you like step into the room, and all of a sudden you're like flying through midair and just slam into this wall. On the opposite side of the room, you can see this like rusty orange golden knight that stands like 10 feet tall, and it has this massive shield right in front of its chest, and Jarek slams into that shield. Jarek, what metal items do you have on you, sir?
So the studded leather would have some bits of metal in it that he's wearing. And then weapons wise, he's got the magical blade, his short sword. He's got a couple daggers. Um,
Gotcha. I think short sword would touch it. Daggers at the ready, or are those stowed somewhere?
he's used to he's used them to throw before, so I feel like they're sheaths kind of on, like probably sheaths like on his chest or like.
Gotcha. So theoretically here, what's happening is anything that touches this shield is about to disintegrate into rust. I think that means your armor's about to be destroyed. For how cruel that is, I would much rather say just call it leather armor. I think that is very great, like, of a conversion, because destroying it is, I think, a little bit more proper. Because all of those studded little like I feel like most of those are like rivets that go through to actually hold studded leather armor together. But let's consider that maybe they're simply like studs in there to add to the actual defensive quality. So just get rid of like the studded leather and go down to leather armor. Your short sword is going to turn to rust and be gone. Your daggers are going to turn to rust and be gone. Do you have like essentially I would say like coins are probably in a pouch. The pouch is going to stick to this thing. The coins are going to stay inside. Things like if you have a hammer or if you had a crowbar, I assume those are kind of strapped to the outside of your backpack. Those are going to get pulled into the shield. The moment any metal touches the shield, it's going to turn to rust and disappear. It's just going to fall to the ground. And as you kind of steady yourself here, you're going to see the floor all around you just covered in the dust of rusted away metal that seems to be evidence of other people, other things that have walked inside of here. And oh man, what if you have that skeleton key and the key hits it? That is vile. So theoretically, though, um, like pythons probably inside of your backpack. Your backpack sticks up to the shield. Pythons are fine inside. Anything kind of insulating the metal to metal is going to make it fine. Your actual sword that you were gifted from, why can't I think of her name? Sophia? No, Sophia's the daughter. Shit. But your actual weapons, those are technically artifacts. They're not destroyed by this. But anything mundane metal that is likely to be on the outside of something that would insulate those two surfaces is going to disintegrate into rust.
Okay, and I assume that also means because the arrows he would have in a quiver outside, so those would be pulled out.
Quiver should be fine. Well, that's a weird thing. That's the weird thing because I feel like the quiver could just as easily pull them out. Let's call that a percentage. Roll a D100 under 50%.
I think they're all gone.
No, that's good. D100s you want to roll low. That's one of the like classic things. Like in general, D100s you want to roll low. So basically what I was thinking is you could roll for it if you rolled under 50%, but a 1 is going to be a perfect. As far as I'm concerned, like the way you tumbled, your quiver basically was always like pulled into, because it's effectively just the tips of the arrows. Like the actual wood of the arrow is all a non-rusting material. So like the whole time you were tumbling, the arrowhead was basically pulling the quiver with it instead of being pulled out of the quiver.
Gotcha. Okay.
But yeah, I feel like that's kind of where it comes to, is it's just like kind of making a recognition of like, you don't just throw a hammer into a book bag, you usually strap it to the outside. Same with the actual kind of like the crowbar. So kind of going through your things, just kind of make that assessment. But Jarek is going to lose a lot of metallic objects right now. That will also give you all the clue that Quinn has to strip down and get rid of her armor. But basically, anybody who is about to progress forward past this room needs to be without metal items.
Yes, I think he would have had one of the tinder boxes probably carrying out, so you can light a torch quickly. That would be gone.
It doesn't necessarily have to be, because the tinder pouch, even if you want to have it like quick access to, that's the type of thing where like you still have to stow it in something. It doesn't weigh a lot where it's like just strapped to something. And also I would say most often like a tinder pouch or a tinder box is effectively just something you're storing like char cloth, flint, steel inside of. I would say that's pretty fine to keep.
Gotcha. Okay.
I would assume that's the type of thing you almost have like, say, on like a quick access pouch or like on like the like lid of a backpack. And that's just like my own as a camper, like as a backpacker. That is one of those things. You almost always have a fire source, quick access, but not like just on your person.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah.
or like in a breast pocket. But yeah, so basically, Quinn has about 5 minutes here that it'll take her to take her armor off, like outside of this room. Um, and it's basically for all of you. Like, Zeros is um a warlock, so he has medium armor, so he might have metal armor on that he has to remove. And that's where like Terran can recognize like you have to kind of like take off some of those things. But basically, you guys need to kind of leave metal objects effectively like around where Quinn is right now.
Yeah. So Zeros will take the time to doff his armor and get rid of any. I think he's carrying like a dagger. He'll drop that. I think that should be pretty much, and then like any, I think that'd be pretty much what he has in terms of metal, like on outside of his.
Gotcha. And then the same idea for Terran. And theoretically, Quinn is pretty much robbed of everything she would use. This might be the point where she's like improvised weapon. She's using like two torches as clubs, kind of thing.
Yeah, basically. Right now, no armor and torches as weapons.
So theoretically, Jarek, you can kind of like retrieve your other things, the strength save to kind of get back to things, um, to like take everything back there. I'd say maybe we have you guys like throw a rope to him so you guys can like drag the stuff with everybody instead of Jarek risking like getting hurled against the wall again. But kind of the thing where like Jarek, you can like from where you're at get everything into your backpack that like is still metal and still exists, tie a rope around it, walk the rope out to them, and then pull your stuff out there. Um, and I would say leave your sword at present essentially attached to the shield so you don't get pulled across the room when you go to retrieve it.
Right. Yeah. That sounds
Because
like a plan.
the sword would have touched it. It's part of what you would have recognized as like the actual magic of the sword essentially protected it. Um, but effectively, that's kind of the trial of that room. You guys can see this room has two little corridors, one that leads to the north and one that leads to the south. So once again, this does kind of take us back to um, it's another moment to question. Do you guys want to keep moving forward? Do you want to attempt to take a rest somewhere?
Well, perhaps we can use this effect to our advantage if we try and rest here. If at least if anything that's carrying metal weapons comes in after us, perhaps they'll be affected as we are, as we were, I should say. Of course, it'll be difficult to fight them off without being able to use weapons. So perhaps we should continue on second thought.
Well, I would say one thing that you can keep in mind is you have the one sarcophagus room that you expect to be to the south. You have the other corridor to the north there. Theoretically, you guys can use the same method of like moving the metal objects, throw them inside of a book bag, use the rope while everybody's in the corridor to basically like lower them to the shield, and then like move to where you want to go and do the same thing where you pull it back off of the shield.
Gotcha. Okay.
That's kind of what I mean. Like you guys have figured out this room to where like the cost that Jarek paid is the admission that everybody else can get through rather seamlessly. You just have to get through it effectively without all of those metal objects because anything that touches that shield is going to disappear. So while you pass through this room, You just want to make sure to basically put everything into a backpack.
Gotcha. Okay, so it's only exposed metal that seems to be drawn to it.
Well, no, all metal's drawn to it. That's why I was saying, like, you kind of use the rope to, like, it's almost like gravity for metal is going straight to that shield. So you can, like, lower everything to the shield with the rope so you don't get slammed into it and take that same blunt damage. But part of what you would have seen with, like, your pouch of coins, with your magical sword, and with your backpack is, like, all of those things stuck to the metal. They just didn't disintegrate into rust like the things that actually had metal to metal contact.
Okay, but can we like rip them back off, or we leave them? We have to essentially leave them there for now.
That's kind of what I mean. Like, Jarek can retrieve all of his stuff, put them back in the backpack. It's really only time at that point. So, like, when you're going to struggle to pull your sword away, it's a strength 10 to get it back. So you pull the sword away, and you might, like, try to pull far enough away and get slammed back into it. If you got 10 feet away and slam back into it, you're going to take damage. Because it's effectively, again, like falling damage because you're being pulled across the room. That's why I say there's a certain level of, like, you can move things with a rope tied around the backpack, almost as if you're, like, lowering the backpack, like, down a well to descend into the well. It's just basically using this now that you know it's there. Um, you can use it to, everybody kind of, like, lowers stuff down the backpacks. Once it's, like, stuck to the shield, you can, like, go to the hallway you want to go to and then pull it back up to that hallway. If everybody's pulling on the rope, theoretically you can't fail. Technically you could do that with you guys actually, like, tying yourselves to the rope too, I guess. But that's where you have to, like, I don't know. It's a weird level of, if you do it with yourselves, there's still a certain failure rate. Like, oh, I want to use my armor still, just lower me. Well, if somebody does slip up, your armor is going to be gone forever versus put it in a backpack and it's safe.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah.
But
Okay. I
that's what
think
I
I
mean, where
understand
you
now.
could, like, you could go to one of these other hallways and then pull everything back with the rope. Versus if you just try to walk back with your shield, you might get pulled across the room again.
Yeah. So Jarek definitely doesn't want to get pulled across the room again because bruised after that little flight.
But while the others are kind of getting their like, metallic items off, while Jarek is just kind of down there, you would be able to see that one corridor to the south seems to lead to a dead end. And then to the north, you can see that there's kind of a room ahead. It seems to lead to a little water fountain. Um, Trying to think, I feel like there would be the flow of water that you could hear, like the drips of the water, or like the soft flow of, like, a stream, kind of thing.
Yeah. So while the others are kind of getting rid of their objects, putting them away and stuff, Jarek is kind of trying to set up the. It'd probably be Taryn who would recommend it. Jarek, I don't know how Jarek's smart enough to think of it on his own, but essentially, yeah, kind of trying to set up like the backpack and like the rope and that sort of stuff. Essentially, then kind of drag it towards them, and he'll kind of wait for them to get themselves sort of all set up. Uh,
Yeah, maybe even Taryn, like, watches Jarek try a few times, where you, like, pull away your sword, and you try to like walk across the room, and you're just like slipping on the dust. You get like 6 or 7 feet away, slammed right back into it again. And after a couple of times.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm just laughing at the idea, like, yeah, just slipping, falling back in terror, and just staying away from a safe area, and just like snickering to myself, watching it all happen.
I mean, that's one of those things where if you guys were like loaded down with like +1 sword, gone. It's big, powerful magical items that thing wouldn't consume. And it's always just the question of, I feel like that's one of the weird things, like whoever creates this dungeon is trying to be really evil and really, really kind at the same time, because you can't walk down that hallway two abreast.
Right. So yeah, somebody, whoever's in the lead, is gonna take the brunt of it, or in this case,
Yeah,
that's what.
essentially somebody still has to be the one person who fails first when you figure it out. Because theoretically, unless you're traveling with, like, say, like a mage hand, kind of like lighting everything ahead with like a torch, you're not even gonna see that rust until it's already too late.
Yeah, it's like best case scenario, you've got like some like wizard or something who's just got a dagger out, and that's all they lose. But
Yep.
that's how often is a wizard going to be leading the way in a dungeon like this?
Yeah, and even then, I just thought about the wizard. Doesn't like isn't there some wizards who keep like a metal spell book that they etch with acid for the spells?
Yep, that would be one of those situations where you're trying to protect your spell book at all cost, and bam, very quickly gone.
Even in just in like a regular spell book, it could be like metal, just like even like metal clasps, and they kind of the pages go scattering everywhere.
Yeah, at least that would be where you can collect the pages. Because I've seen people who definitely they put so much effort into preserving their spell book at all cost, and then it's just like, yeah, there's evil shit that's out there that you can try to outthink it, but in the long run, you just cater to it as well.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so once kind of we've got this system figured out and the others have come in, Jarek will kind of, it looks like a dead end down that way, but some sort of fountain up there, I think.
I mean, should we check the fountain room first then? Might be a area we could rest in.
That sounds like a plan.
So, I don't know how to describe the walls that are a part of what's created for this image. The walls in the normal dungeon are pretty smooth stone. I feel like maybe that's going for kind of like moss. But basically, walking into that room, I think that is supposed to be the center, not pedestal, but like the center rising point of the fountain is like three essentially like nymphs, like young maidens. And they're all kind of a back to each other. And each of them is just kind of like made of marble, kind of holding out a pitcher and kind of pouring water from their pitcher. Um, but other than that, yeah, the room looks kind of empty. Clearly has signs of the moisture. So yeah, I would say maybe that is meant to be moss around the edges. and kind of around the actual like base of the fountain as well. But otherwise seems to be simply this room is a terminus. The fountain is in the center of it. As far as a place that is potential to rest, this is definitely a potential spot as you have the one entrance. It's theoretically guarded by that crazy magnetic force, and you've got a water supply.
Aaron is gonna look over the fountain a bit, see if we can find like any markings or well, basically see, I don't know, like any hidden markings, like maybe in the fountain, like in the water area, basically like under.
I think looking it over, it just seems to be a pretty plain setup. Um, Other than the actual description of the three little, the like maidens, there's not really anything to notice about this fountain.
What do you think, Taryn? This seems as good a place as any to try and get some rest.
Yeah, I mean, it seems easily defensible. We have the trap outside and only one way in.
All right, then. I can. Garrett can offer if we are going to try and head down to take the first watch.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. I think Quinn can take second and Taryn can take third.
And Zeros will close it out then.
Gotcha. If we start off with Jarek, let me get perceptions from you.
And if Jarek is essentially like if he sets himself up here on the other side of the fountain, is it tall enough to obstruct his view back down? Like, should he be, or would he have a clearer sight, like where Zeros is now?
I'd say the clearest sight would definitely be back to the actual fountain. I would say if you wanted to be back to that wall, you could set yourself up a little bit like caddy corner, not like directly behind it. Um, but if you were behind it, it's going to block some of your view. Um, I feel like, well, I think it's kind of standard. Like most fountains are gonna be, let's say like at least kind of like knee high at like the base of the like container, and then you've probably got those maidens like standing more or less head high. So like the object of your view is kind of straight ahead. I think that would classify as it's going to block your sight if you were behind it.
Right, gotcha. So yes, he'll move around here for while he's keeping watch. He's thinking about all the stuff he lost. He's not paying much attention. Maybe he's focusing on like kind of trying to repair the leather armor as best he can, like kind of improvising it so it's not falling apart when he should be on watch.
My bad. So I had you kind of like saying you were thinking about your leather armor. Then my ear itched, and I'm only using one earbud, so I kind of took that out. Did you say anything after kind of describing you're like distracted by your leather armor?
No, that was just for flavor to explain why he's not paying any attention on watch.
Gotcha. Who do we got going for round two of the watch? And actually, did Jarek drink any water?
No, he's leery of after what just happened. He's leery of anything. He might like kind of like take a sniff to see if it smells clean, but he is not going to be the first one to drink.
Smells like normal water. Who's going on second watch?
That would be Quinn.
Let me get a couple of perceptions from Quinn. Excellent. And who's going on third?
That would be Terran. Let's see.
Did Quinn drink any water on her watch?
No, I don't think she would have, but to be completely honest, I think Terran would have at least tried to taste a little bit of it, just to make sure.
On your watch?
Yeah,
What
on
did you
Terran's
pour from
watch.
it? Alrighty. Yeah, tastes like good water, nice fresh water. So, Taryn, while you are on watch, uh, you have the water, tastes perfectly fine, smells perfectly fine, uh, nice and fresh. Eventually, you are going to hear footsteps out beyond this area where you guys are. What kind of light are you guys watching with?
Terran would probably only have. Actually, for a watch, I think he would put out a torch.
So while you're kind of sitting here on watch, assuming you kind of take that same position like Jarek had taken and that Quinn had taken before you, where you guys are, yeah, back up to the fountain and you're kind of looking down that corridor. You got your torch in hand, kind of balancing those, just kind of like gives you like something to kind of entertain yourself with as you just kind of like look into the fire and watch it dancing. And eventually you start to hear these footsteps and then you start to hear them as they seem to be like approaching closer and closer, and what sounded like footsteps like builds for a lot longer than you would expect, until by the time you're starting to like constantly think, all right, now surely it's getting close enough, it's going to walk in front of that hall. They're still just getting kind of louder and deeper, and after a little bit you're going to see as this like massive humanoid creature is going to kind of pass by that little area, and it seems to kind of like walk into view for a moment and you almost have a sight of its back, and then it seems to kind of spin and it seems to like almost be looking towards you. Kind of stands there for a moment, and there's kind of silence all around, just like that little bit of the trickle of the water. And then these big, heavy footfalls are going to commence again as it starts to move closer to you. And it's now like starting to move down that hallway.
Yeah, fuck, I'm gonna shake Quinn awake.
All right, so you can start to shake Quinn awake. She'll wake up without any problem. Um, let me get for right now. Let's do yeah, might as well just do initiative for everybody, even though the others are still asleep.
Oh, and if Jarek has the sword, would that wake him up as this thing starts
Oh
approaching?
yeah, my bad. The sword will wake you as well.
But Zeros is still asleep.
I'm gonna stick for right now. The sword is not going to wake you yet, because you're not technically being attacked yet.
Gotcha. So if it turns into combat, that's when it would wake him up. That makes sense. Yep.
I feel like that's kind of what it is, because I'm not ambushing you with it right now. Um, the initiative is a little bit more for like the trick of how things play to kind of limit what Terran has an opportunity to do.
Yeah, and it says when combat begins, not when initiative begins. So yeah.
Yeah, I feel like it's definitely a subtle kind of difference here at present. Um, I think like the two of you know well enough that this is dangerous. I think Terran knows well enough that this is likely dangerous. But it's still not quite like combat. So when you go to shake Quinn awake, um, you start to awaken her, and this thing is still just kind of like plodding towards you. It was probably about 30 or so feet away. It's probably about halfway down this hall towards you, maybe like 10, 15 feet away. Um, Still kind of plodding towards you. What does Quinn, what does Terran? Well, yeah, I think really we'll be starting kind of like um, more or less action to shake Quinn, I think. You could kind of bonus action if you wanted to like summon your blades and potentially move, but otherwise it would more or less go to Quinn as she's awaking. What would she be doing?
Has it made like any? That's kind of weird to say. Like, has it seemed hostile at any moment, or is it just like walking towards us?
Other than its existence, perhaps its size is pretty massive and its footfalls are pretty heavy. Um, at this point, you can kind of see that it's really just some big, like, fleshy being. You're starting to scatter light across it. Let me get a perception check from you. No, actually, do investigation on this one. Already got your perception.
Do you want it from Terran or from Quinn?
Taryn.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. I guess technically, if you're at this point asking, like, is Quinn waking up to this thing being hostile? Is that what you were kind of asking?
I was thinking like if she like notes sees, because she wakes up sees it like, but
Yeah, so
how
let's
does it
say,
seem?
oh man, that was a terrible roll. Yeah, so let's say when Quinn's kind of shaken too, and Taryn's kind of like awakening her, she doesn't even really notice this thing at this point. I guess even with it too, though, she'll hear those footsteps. This thing is like still a pretty massive, like heavy creature, so its footfalls are heavy. Um, so even with a low perception, yeah, she's probably like at least able to kind of like look up and see that this is like a naked man who's like walking down this hallway towards you all.
And it would still be on Quinn then. Yeah, I think she would just step in front of Taryn. That
Gotcha. Draw a couple of those clubs. Got like torch clubs.
yeah. Uh, uh, can I hold an action or?
You can draw one club and hold her action. What are you thinking? What's the trigger and what are you doing when that trigger happens?
I was thinking when it get in range, but I think I would rather have both clubs out.
Well, I mean, if you're holding an action, if you're not going to attack with the clubs, um, you would be able to draw the second one before you attack next turn, like as the free action.
Oh,
So
right.
it's potentially more action economy to draw one and hold the action. It's potentially more threatening if you like are just drawing two and kind of pointing them at somebody who's threatening you. I feel like that's the big difference is what kind of like show of strength versus what like maybe like more preparedness.
I think I would probably go more for a show of strength so then seem more threatening. See if there's like any light upstairs, so to say. Like there's any intelligence there.
Gotcha. So she's drawing one of those clubs, kind of holding it out, holding an action. Basically, is she going to strike it if it like walks into her? Is she gonna strike it if it like tries to strike her? What's the actual trigger you're thinking?
I'm thinking if it tries to strike her, then she's striking back.
Gotcha.
Oh, and she would be without armor now, right? Seeing
She
as
is
she was
indeed.
sleeping. Yeah.
Yeah, because she was sleeping. I think Jarek and Taryn though can sleep in their armor. Zeros, it's always like I don't know if we ever made a decision about what kind of armor Zeros wears because medium could be both.
I
Oh
feel
no,
like
medium is the rank that you can't sleep in. I think you have to be in light armor if you want to sleep in it.
yeah. So medium, he would be out of it. Yeah, yes. Well, he could, but he wouldn't get the benefit of a rest, so he would take.
Yeah. So this will effectively be where Jarek hears the actual word of warning. You can make that attack with that club because the moment this creature gets next to Taryn, its arm's going to raise up, or not Taryn, into Quinn. Its arm's going to raise up and it's going to try to slam her into the wall.
Would that still be with her +6 modifier? I mean, like she has with the greatsword, or
Uh, damn. I feel like there's no reason to force that to be an improvised weapon, um, versus being a club. I feel like maybe the damage will be less than a club. I got my little sheet up finally. I got my monitors high enough, and this Dungeon Master screen doesn't show the weapons, so I'm still looking at my cheat sheet ones.
Like 1d4 for like most improvised
Yeah, I
weapons.
was thinking kind of like one. Oh, it is 1d4 for improvised. That works for me then, just to say it's 1d4 because I think that's what clubs are anyways. So she can make the +6. That will hit. You can do a d4 damage. Plus her strength should be the same as when she strikes with a sword, whatever that plus modifier is.
That's a +2.
So d4 +2. And I think, what is it? I rolled 1 on Terran and 1 on Zeros. So I think it's just going to kind of plow through the first of you. Okay, so 5. Yeah, so first attack is just going to be kind of like slamming her out of the way. It should hit with a very high attack right there.
It
Going
will,
to
just in case, it would. I mean, I don't know if it matters for Zeros, but it would have advantage since he's asleep and prone.
not an intelligent thing. I'm just thinking like it's going to attack her to get her out of the way. I shouldn't have rolled 2d4 is kind of what I was getting at. I guess it might still cover to him anyways. That makes sense because it was the first one I rolled. So the first one's just going to be kind of slamming her out of the way. That will hit her, and it's going to deal. Oh wait, damage doesn't matter. Let me get a con saving throw from her. DC 13. It's basically going to push past and kind of into the group. She has to use the reaction to attack it, so she can't react as it leaves her. It's going to strike out at Zeros a 10. Technically that should. Oh wait, it's advantage, so it'll hit anyways. And same thing for Zeros, DC 13 con save. It's like, oh wait, the crit too. So technically,
Yeah, he's got no modifier.
2d8, it's 9, 18, 22. I don't think he can save it. He'll just take the wound. So, Quinn can save her wound. She's fine. She just kind of got slammed up against the wall as it passed by. Zeros will wake up, taking a wound, still prone on the ground. Jarek was woken up here, and now all of you can kind of see a little bit more evidently. This thing is like multiple different flesh tones. This thing is a conglomeration of body parts, and they are just animated into life. It is effectively um, a damn it, why can't I think of it? Um, Fucking evil scientist monster. But
Frankenstein.
yeah, Frankenstein's monster. So kind of bashing into the room. Jarek, your sword's waking you up. You are prone on the ground. What would you like to do as you see this thing above? I can never think of cool things for the sword to say. But I think maybe this time it's going to say that they're attacking you. Because it can kind of sense all of the different bodies.
Yeah, so Jarek, as the sword wakes him up, will scramble to his feet. Going to hoping that they're far enough away that the thing the gravity metal thing is not going to affect it. He will draw his blade, taking the form of a kind of like a long sword. He's gonna slash out at this creature.
Solid hit with both of those. 23 more damage.
He is going to. I think he's going to go ahead and action surge to attack twice more. And he's going to make. Let me roll those first.
I should have played this a little bit differently here. I'm actually going to have it cross away from you, Taryn. You can react to it and attack it while it does that. It's going to kind of bash past Quinn and when it's like closer to that fire, you can actually see that reaction from it as it's going to almost like react to the fire and kind of move away, and that's when it's going to strike out at Zeros. So yeah, you can deal, what is it, that 27? Um, and then what were you doing? You were doing a special attack with yours there, Jarek? Those other two will hit.
I was gonna make it a distracting strike, but I decided against that. So those are just straight attacks.
Gotcha. I think that's a solid turn from you, right? Like, you might have a bonus action? Or does it require your bonus to actually make the sword take shape?
Only the bonus action to make it change. Like I can call one out like as I draw it. If I wanted to change it to something else, that's when it costs the bonus action.
Gotcha. So on to Zeros, prone on the ground.
Yeah, so Zeros is going to stand up. And would he have taken 2 wounds because that was a critical hit? Or is it still always just 1 wound?
1 wound, because the critical doubles the damage, which makes it harder for him to save. I feel like if I made it 2 wounds and doubled the damage, that's like a little bit overpowered, like weakens them severely. I think the difference is like on death saving throws, it would still take 2. But that's more about like the way being critical when you're dying in.
Gotcha. Okay. So Zeros is going to scramble to his feet. He doesn't want to be anywhere close to this thing, so he's going to try to back away.
So it should strike out at him there. Going to hit DC 13 save for him. So he'll take another.
All right. And he's going to, as he kind of reels away, will launch a couple Eldritch Blasts at it.
Gotcha. So this like Frankenstein's monster, like built of all of these different body parts, like different limbs. You can see almost even sometimes like musculature, like different muscle groups almost seem to be like different flesh tones, as if some of these body parts were so injured that like other parts had to be used to create even like the full limbs. As he blasts into it with these Eldritch blasts, describe how he kills it.
I feel like you almost like I don't know if they're like visible seams where like the different flesh tones are, but essentially like the Eldritch Blast kind of almost like they seem to like you kind of like blast it and then like you just hear them start to like almost like pop, almost like as they give way, and essentially the piece just kind of like slide across from apart from each other, and the thing just kind of breaks into a few pieces from the force of the last.
So, with the apparent threat dealt with, what kind of thoughts do you all have?
Uh, so Jarek is going to mention to he's going to like someone told me they're attacking. Did you, Taryn Quinn, did you see any others? Hear anything, Taryn?
Oh,
If
didn't.
I may interrupt you, Chris,
Oh,
when Taryn goes to speak, Taryn has no voice, cannot speak.
oh,
You
oh.
just see him like go to speak, and no sounds come out of his mouth.
Does Taryn realize he's not making any? I guess he would. Yeah, he.
Yeah, it would definitely catch him pretty quickly. To like, you can hear everybody else. There's definitely a certain level of like everybody would have been pretty quickly recognizing the actual sounds of that thing's footsteps and that it's relatively quiet. But I feel like all of that's going to kind of sink in about that same moment. But certainly for Terran, perhaps the next like biggest like shock is simply like, I can't even fucking answer.
As Jarrett kind of sees this, he's gonna kind of pause and then look towards the fountain and then back towards Taryn.
Hold up. Before you pause though, yeah, I want to see like how do you actually react to finding out you don't have a voice right now, Tag?
You see him be pretty shocked, basically, but touching his throat and just opening his mouth, like trying to say something, but nothing happens. Is that? If you could read lips, you would see him swearing a lot.
That's a weird thought. Like, if you can make wind with your lungs, like breathing out and exhaling, but you can't make sound, like I don't know. That's kind of a weird little like, where does the magic end?
Yeah, but like after that, he would be looking at the fountain, like very much with a fuck.
Oh, my apologies there, Justin. What were you thinking with Jarek as he kind of reacts to this?
Yeah, he was basically he's basically gonna be like, Taryn, did you drink from the fountain? Taryn kind of answered that with his kind of gestures, and you'll see Jarek just kind of shake his head and like, well, hopefully it's temporary. Um, don't know if there's more or if so I know you said like the sword said they're attacking. Does Jarek understand that that was because it considered this like kind of amalgamation thing like several separate things, or it's not clear?
I think it's pretty solid that you could get from Taryn. You know, Taryn might end up actually like signaling to you, like maybe pointing to his ear and then maybe like stomp his feet. That he could basically signal to you. These things are loud. I heard it coming from a mile away. So I don't think it's impossible for him to communicate with you. The two of you have been traveling for ages now. I think it's perfectly functional for him to be able to communicate without language right now. And yeah, you'd probably start to gather like the sword recognized that there was a threat, but also recognize that it's multiple beings, and you can kind of see like all of these different flesh tones are indeed like different creatures that have been killed and animated to make this being. Um, Let me get an intelligence from the two of you. So, like, whether it's Taryn or whether it's Quinn who like makes the recognition, somebody in the party can certainly recognize like, um, there's a certain possibility that like these things are made from people who have died in this place. You can like see evidence of like Cholton flesh, like where it's like darker skin tones. You can see evidence of like some of like the more obscure races, maybe like Yuan-Ti, who have found their way into this place. Um, doesn't necessarily have to be like a strong connection, but that I think in a world where you don't have people writing Frankenstein, it would be incredibly like shocking to come up to something that is created from other body parts.
Yeah, definitely off-putting. So Jarek is going to he's going to suggest. Well, hopefully that was. Hopefully there's not more of those things. Still think maybe we try to. Still seems our best bet for a place to try and finish our camp. Not if you agree, Taryn. We want to move on, try and find somewhere else.
Yeah, Sharon will like mime out, like saying head on a pillow and a thumbs up.
All right, here it is then. Like I said, hopefully there's only one of those things.
So Taryn can recognize for the rest of your watch, you don't get to wake people with your voice. If something happens, you've got to shake them too. You can indeed finish out the rest of your watch. I think that left us with Zeros on the last watch.
Yep, and Jarek would almost like suggest like he'd almost have maybe tie um like a little piece of rope or put something so the Taryn could essentially pull on it to kind of jerk him awake if lack of a voice. I think it's a good just shake him awake, but anyway, yeah. So Zeros would kind of move into the kind of watch position where Taryn is now and take the last watch.
Gotcha. So let me get his perceptions. Does he actually have a positive perception, or is it just the D20s for him?
Yeah, he's flat all around. So
Gotcha. So I think it's going to be a pretty similar situation. It's another one of these things is going to be coming around to you all during Zeros's watch. It is once again one of these things where he's going to hear these stomps well ahead of time. You will have plenty of time when you actually recognize what's happening to basically wake everybody here. I don't think this is nearly important to necessarily um, kind of actually have you guys fight out. It's just another single one of these things. It seems to be wandering these halls, and it's almost. I guess really I should have asked first. Does Zeros keep light while he is on watch? Does he snuff out the light once he hears these footsteps? That again, like the first thing you'll hear sounds like somebody's walking nearby, maybe even in like the rust room, but it's the fact that he hears it for like 5 minutes, 10 minutes that you start to recognize, like as they get higher and higher in base, that it's like one of these creatures of like this massive amount of weight that's kind of coming into this area.
yeah, I think Zeros, if he starts to hear like them approach, once he can tell that they seem to be approaching, he is going to. And thinking these, didn't seem to be any like particular sense that these things were really intelligent, more like kind of lumbering things. He would go ahead and snuff out or actually, he probably would have. No, yeah, he would have snuffed out the torch. So yeah, and just kind of depended on trying to listen to see if they need to approach.
Gotcha. So I think in that case, this one is actually going to just kind of be walking into this area. It seems to perhaps walk down to the south a little bit, and it seems to kind of just like be in this area for a while. In the long run, for the same reason, I don't think you necessarily need to fight it. It doesn't necessarily have to come in there. These things you guys can kind of sense there's a certain level of like there's undead creatures that wander this place. And again, that was part of why I was giving like a little bit of a clue, like that these things are like a creation of the dead that die in this place. So it's meant to kind of be again into that like horror level of try to role play this yourself, because part of why these things should be so scary is not necessarily that they're dangerous, but that if you die in here, this is the fate that you have looked forward.
Right, like yeah, it could just really be us kind of making up one of those things.
Precisely. But it's not meant to be an extremely difficult fight to send this after you guys. I don't think there's any reason to necessarily spend too much more time on that. There will be times for you guys to have epic fights in this place, but I think it's a pretty solid place to allow you guys to have a full rest. You can kind of pick up with that next day. Taryn, you are still effectively without voice. Oh wait, I forgot to ask. Did Zaros drink any water?
He took the last watch, so he was aware of what happened when Taryn did. So he did not drink any, but hold on, let me see actually see if I have like a vial or like a spare water skin.
I don't think it would be impossible for you guys to have saved like an empty potion vial, if you wanted to take a vial of the water.
Yeah, that's what he wants to do. Careful not to drink it. Yeah. Actually, there's a funny video on I think it's like Viva the Dirt League or something about how like in video games like you drink a potion and then where did the vial go? It's like you like it's like he ate it when he drank the potion. I don't know. Anyway, um,
Nope, I definitely love that scene. It's like Ben looking at one of the other guys, and he's like, "What the fuck are you doing?" Because the guy's like unstoppering the vial, and he's like watching him like drink from it. He's like, "What are you doing?" Like he's the crazy one, and then you just watch Ben as he just like chews through the glass. It's just I don't know, just like
okay,
anytime you
yeah,
watch somebody who does the glass chewing, it's one of the most disgusting things you can ever imagine because you're just like your insides, even if you didn't care about your mouth, that's gotta come out.
yeah. Yeah, but he just wants to take a vial more for he's thinking either to like study it later at some point, or if we, he's probably smart enough if we happen to come across a spellcaster, maybe antagonistic, and we can convince them to drink it, then, but more just for he's curious about its effects.
Yeah, I would just say create like a little custom for that one. This is one of those funny things where I want to give you guys information so I know when you bring it up. But I feel like just say magic fountain from yeah, like Temple of the Nine Gods to level one inside of the notes. I feel like that's the best way to just give me access to it. Otherwise, put magic fountain page 135. I think that might be good too. To let me know exactly where to turn to. But yeah, you guys can wake up the next day. You can all take your long rests. The only thing that will continue through again is that Taryn can't yet speak. And other than that, you guys have that same like weird way of progressing through the rust room. But you basically can either go to the south and investigate the dead end, or go back off to the east. Um, I think on some level, I think Taryn basically already spoke about. You expect this route to get around to that room where you saw the sarcophagus.
Yeah, so Jarek is he'll look to Taryn and then kind of like turn and gesture to in front of him and then kind of like give a shrug essentially like do you still want to go first or I can lead.
Oh, that Taryn will start walking in front of you, like going first.
Because Jarek's just thinking he can't warn us if he like sees or hears something, at least not with his voice, but And he'll just like kind of they'll Jarek remind everyone just make sure you got everything wrapped back up as we head back into this room here using the torches and all that, or sorry, not the torches, the ropes.
Yeah, before we go in, like I'm just gonna point down to the hallway where we have him, like the southern hallway with the dead end.
Jarek will nod.
So, assuming you all go through the effort, to do the same thing, like protecting your metal objects, kind of essentially doing almost like a hopscotch off of that shield where all of the metal items are going to be attracted to it. You walk across the hall and then you use the ropes to pull them across. When you guys get down to that hall, um, see again that it's a dead end. What kind of thoughts do you have as you cross over there?
Oh, Taryn will start. Oh,
No, no, go ahead. You're good.
yeah, and Taryn would like start going over the walls and we need to see if we can find like any hidden doorways, switches, anything that seems like there's any way to continue forward from this end, or it's
Gotcha.
just dead.
Roll an investigation. And do you have investigation with Jarek too?
Oh, yes, I do actually. I feel like he would help in this case.
Yeah.
Well, either help or essentially do his own checking too, whatever.
Let me have you roll as well. So while you two are kind of going through this little hall, it's like pretty clearly a dead end. You see plenty of signs that there's nothing here, but there's like constantly that itch that you expect to be able to move forward and be able to progress down to where you saw that sarcophagus. While Taryn is kind of like looking over kind of the southern edge of that area, to no real avail. You don't see any signs of any sort of like hidden um, like pulls or anything to kind of like release like the stone. The grout doesn't seem to kind of give way to like your fingertips. But on the other hand, Jarek is able to kind of manipulate a little bit of the wall to the east of you, and eventually kind of come to the point where he finds that you can kind of pull out some of the bricks, and after a moment, kind of recognize that the grout is almost like a very fine sand with maybe like a little bit of clay to it, so it almost like dries solid, but just with a little bit of effort, you're able to kind of clear it away, pull out the first brick. After another moment, pull out another brick, and then in a couple of moments, basically reveal that there is a staircase that leads down and away from east of that tunnel.
So Jarek is going to, yeah, once he clears that away, kind of turn towards Taryn and again kind of mimic like, okay, do you want to lead again, or I can start down. He probably.
Like, let me have you guys do one more roll, each of you doing either perception or investigation here. That's what I was looking for. So with the actual recognition of like what Jarrett was kind of able to pull away and how you can see it, Taryn can kind of double down, looking over like the wall that he was expecting leads to this other area, and actually start to do the same thing, like dismantling the wall, not necessarily looking for a secret door, and actually start to do the same thing where you can reveal another kind of a weird idea, like that there's two secret doors, and to tell you that you can't see one. That's why I wanted to call for the second one. But you guys can kind of see like this hall had two different doorways. One leads down. For what it's worth, you can actually hear the water. You guys have kind of like passed over and vaguely understand that the water that you heard from like that sewer grate in the first hall is kind of at the base of these stairs. And then where Terran starts to pull out those like bricks, you're actually going to be kind of looking directly at the back of a stone statue. I believe this is a knight, but give me one moment to actually give you a good description. All right, my bad. There's actually a stone throne in front of you, and you can see like the desiccated corpse of a humanoid that's kind of sitting in it. And you're kind of like stepping directly, like you're opening up directly behind it. But you could also see signs again of the actual sarcophagus ahead of you in that room as well.
I guess Terran would start looking over the throne and the desecrated. Well, not desecrated. You said it.
Desiccated. Essentially, it's
Yeah.
like a
Yeah.
mummified corpse. So one thing to keep in mind here while you're investigating that, that's perfectly legit to kind of like look it over. Um, my initial thought was you guys are going to move down and your two sidekicks basically have none of their gear on. At this point, they can start gearing up because you've found a reason to actually do something over here. But I was going to kind of like play around that. I don't think there's any reason to really ask you. You've now found places to go. So you should also recognize like Quinn right now has 5 minutes before she can get her armor on. I think it's a little bit less. Oh wait, no, I think she's 10 minutes to put her armor on, 5 minutes to take it off. I feel like Zeros is like 3 minutes to get his armor on, but each of them have a little bit of time before they will be effective here.
Yeah, it looks like it'd be 5 minutes for him to get his on as well.
Gotcha.
Or actually, it's 10 minutes apparently in the at least PHP for heavy arm.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. She's 5 minutes to take it off, 10 minutes to put it on. And I think maybe he's 3 minutes to take it off and 5 minutes to put it on.
Yeah, I think it's 1 minute to get off, but 3 minutes.
Gotcha.
I mean, yeah.
Makes sense.
I mean, honestly, it would depend on what kind of armor, like specific armors wearing and all that stuff.
Well, and all of those things, they like bring up these numbers, but like the game has no sense of a time frame. It always just comes down to a DM discretion.
Yeah, yeah. Zeros should probably wait until he's a little bit farther in, because again, he's not sure if he might be just close enough that that thing could start. So he would essentially wait till he's back, like kind of where Quinn and Jarek are before he starts putting his on.
I mean that's fine. He can feel the magnetic pull, so I don't think you have to necessarily like jump too hard at that. You guys can actually feel the pull against these metal items. There's a certain level where you can come to truly understand um, the magic of that room is actively the. Well, I can't do it while I'm pressing Alt, but actively the.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So
So
say
while
like that actual box. I don't even know how much.
yep.
Um,
Okay. I gotcha. I was thinking, I don't know if maybe it was like if it like kind of angled from the shield, but yeah, that makes sense. Gotcha.
I like to think that's like the actual trick of the magic is like how truly defined you are. Like this room's going to be magnetic, and it's like straight up the moment you step into the room, because like the language says that, and I feel like that's what like magic is like it's like legal stuff. It's all in the language that you use.
Yeah. 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 So while they're kind of waiting for them to get their armor back on, Jarek is going to we just say kind of like take a couple steps kind of towards the stairs and try and kind of like listen if he hears anything over and above the sound of like the water that um kind of can already hear. Um,
Gotcha. Let me get perceptions from both of you, because Taryn's kind of still looking at the creature ahead of him and like the throne. Yeah, I think pretty solid to just kind of leave it where you guys are. Can hear the sound of water flowing clearly from below. Especially if you step down, you can actually get light to where it starts to reflect off of some of the moving of the water. Um, Not really gonna grab much more information from it. Kind of looking over at that point. I think as far as Terran kind of pulling more and more away from the actual stonework, you don't see any signs of this creature moving. It would seem that this is just like a dead corpse, something that's basically just like almost like flesh shrunken onto the bone. So assuming you two otherwise kind of patiently wait for the other two to get all set, um, what is your next thought? Are you going to start to move towards the stairs and move the group down towards that water? Or are you going to start to move into this little niche where you have that throne ahead of you?
Jarek is thinking he's gonna kind of get Taryn's attention, like tap him on the shoulder, and kind of nod to like continue on, check this sarcophagus before we head downstairs.
I'm sorry, but Taryn is gonna be looking at you as you nod and things like that. Points at you and like he starts talking without the sound. It's like pointing at you, definitely, yeah. And then at himself, and like then at his ears. can still hear.
Are you ready to
Right.
send him in first? Or are you criticizing him?
I mean, it's just like criticized because since Terran got mute, Jarek has basically been doing non-verbal communication with him, but he's like, I can still hear. I'm not deaf.
Let's not forget, Jarek is not the most intelligent, but he will get Terran's point at that. And he will start kind of speaking again. He might try to defend himself, like saying, well, I just thought, since you can't talk, we should develop a sort of, uh, basic sign language sort of thing. But I understand your point. But remember, you can still hear.
That
You're on
Terran
out.
will give you a thumbs up.
Periodically try to say something, just in case it's off. Think you can get past that thing without disturbing the thing on top of it?
Terran gives you a smile and 2 big thumbs up, and starts trying to basically, I guess, sneak past it, basically.
So when you start to move like into and around it, one of the things you'll kind of pick up on is that this creature, as you start to get beside it, is wearing a mask of sorts. And you can kind of see that there's almost like a different like tone to its flesh that really like draws your attention in. That there seems to be like a black paper mache mask on this creature as you get beside it.
Oh, uh, as he sees them as Terran is gonna uh, gently try to take the mask.
Can indeed remove the mask from its face. Are you going by the light of your rings right now? Or are you kind of moving with a torchlight behind? How's Terran seeing in this place right now?
Oh, he hasn't activated the rings yet, but he probably would have. He says he's going to sneak into.
Gotcha. So when you notice the mask, I feel like Chris noticed what that means. What are you doing for the others to make them recognize what it means?
Okay, he'll turn towards the others with the mask and like put it on his face and try to like cover the eyes and basically like peekaboo it.
So does Justin understand what the masks mean?
I do. I'm trying to decide if this is still kind of fresh enough in his memory that he understands too, or if I should roll for him.
Gotcha. I would say throw it to a roll if you've got any question to it, and then interpret from the roll. You don't necessarily have to have like high DCs or low DCs, but you can kind of decide. Yeah, like I like to see the dice, and it's pretty easy to kind of interpret where you're going with that. That's above average.
Yeah, so I think that's enough. That's like, okay, he remembers. Oh, don the mask. That's one of the lines from the obelisk.
Yeah. So as Terran starts to move into here, you grab that mask. You're able to basically get that signal across to the others. If you light up the rings, you'll see little bits of this room, but I'm going to show and describe the whole thing to you. Um, I think recognizing that line that you should recognize also or be seen is that question of, are you going to have Taryn go through this place alone because you have a mask, or do you have another thought on how you want to investigate this location?
Yeah, Jarek was almost going to ask, like, you only found one Terran, right? A few more of those lying around, because yeah, that's exactly what he's thinking. Like, okay, maybe Terran dons a mask, he won't be seen, but the rest of us, if we follow him in, maybe it's best if I keep watch from here. You're all right with that, Terran?
Thumbs up.
Gotcha. So as Taryn starts to walk into this place alone, again, you've got this one like desiccated corpse kind of slumped over this throne. As you kind of go in, you get closer to the actual central dais where you can see the actual sarcophagus in the front. And I'm prepared to describe everything with the sarcophagus. Give me 1 second to confirm. Oh wait, I feel like I know the answer to it, even though yeah. So this sarcophagus has the little like koala bear guys, those little Zorbos. You guys can recognize it as Ublaka. These are those like magical creatures that like denigrated your armor when you guys were outside of, I think it was like the frog camp. Um, like ages ago now. But as you kind of go up there, you can see like the little like koala bear guy like on the actual sarcophagus to start to recognize that this is Ublaka. When you start to actually investigate around the room, you can start to see that there are a total of 6 of these little alcoves. All of them have a throne and a desiccated corpse sitting on that throne. The 5 that you would investigate next all have a mask on them. Behind the actual sarcophagus, you can see that there are 2 large golden bears. That same kind of like koala bear kind of thing with these massive claws, and they are holding up a gigantic kind of golden colored disc, and on this disc is just eyes, and these eyeballs are just kind of like emanating little bits of light, and from this side you can kind of see that they're sort of the source of the light that kind of reflects out of the stained glass on the other side. But while you're walking around in here, these eyeballs are just kind of like floating around on that metal disc.
I was gonna ask us if you cut out left me, but uh, the ones like, were there more masks inside?
Yeah, so there's 6 more of those alcoves, or there's 6 alcoves total. 5 more of them now have masks because you have the one that you occupy.
Okay, thank you. And the first thing I'm gonna do is pick up 3 masks and give them to the others.
And Jarek and Zeros will, put theirs on, and then move in to join Terran. And once Jarek sees the kind of the what you were describing with like the eyes and it was like a mirror or kind of like a sheet of
It's basically like a mirrored sheet of bronze. I describe it as like the golden color because I think for a lot of purposes, bronze and gold look the same. But yeah, it's effectively like a mirrored sheet, but when you get closer to look over it, you can see all of these eyeballs are just like constantly looking around this room. Um, roll a investigation or an insight for me.
Go with insight on this
Crushing those crits. While you're kind of like standing in front of them, like holding that mask to your face, these eyeballs don't ever seem to like look at you. They might look through you, but you can basically again kind of confirm that while you have that mask, these eyeballs do not see you.
one. Right. Yeah, that tracks with kind of what his suspicions were. He's kind of wondering in the back of his head, okay, how do those masks get on those corpses on the thrones? But seem to be kind of working as hoped. And he's going to look to Taryn and then kind of glancing toward the sarcophagus, open it.
Yeah, Tam will give a nod and try to just push open the sarcophagus.
Jarek will move to help him because I think the last one was fairly heavy, like lid. Open it up.
Yeah, I think in general, this is more one of those things like little bit of time, you're guaranteed to be successful at this. A couple of you working together, pretty solid chance you'll be successful at it. Normally, strength check. I think you guys are perfectly fine as the two of you to manage to make this happen. You can slide the top of the sarcophagus off. Inside, you will see the little bones of a Zorbo, and I think the same idea where it's kind of like some like disintegrated cloth that was clearly part of like the funeral vestment. And there is a single, I think like silver ring kind of sits in that.
Derek's going to look again towards Taryn. Picked up the staff. I think it's your turn now.
And will reach out for the ring and take it.
So as soon as you reach for the ring, you all will kind of be able to almost like pay attention and like look for kind of the signs of this god. You see like a little bit of like a swirl of the dust around this area, and the first thing that's going to happen is you're going to hear in your head, "I would have told you not to drink from the fountain. That was a bad choice."
Aaron will try to speak out.
You hear your voice in your head, so you can actually respond to it in your head. But Jarek will hear nothing.
Yeah, says good. Well, how would I know if I didn't try it? I mean, it could have just been regular water.
Is Taryn like mouthing these words, or is he just speaking in his head?
Oh, he's mouthing them.
Yeah, I was gonna say, for what it's worth, probably none of you are like prepared enough to really be telepathic. Zeros is probably the only one who could really figure it out quickly. But yeah, you can kind of have this conversation. You might be able to read his lips as he's having it. Um, but kind of similar setup. You've got this god inside of your head. Basically has these ideas that it will be able to help you. Your job, like it's not really giving you an option here. Like you're going to serve us. You're going to help us get free. You have to help. It is your duty.
Oh, I mean, gonna do it anyway, so any help you can give us in the way?
Oh, I think let's take a little break here and let me create the little a little starter feat for you on what you will be able to do with Ublaka inside of you. One thing I did actually want to bring up, I should have added to that little feat. I'm not sure if it showed up for you, Justin. Um, but your inherited flaw from having Mao inside of you is that you must always speak the truth.
Okay, yeah, I think I now that you mentioned that, I recall you mentioning that in the last session. I just hadn't written it down anywhere, but it sounds familiar.
Yeah, once I finish up those feats so they show up correctly, like I'll have that included. But on some level, basically having Mao inside of you. Mao is lawful good. You're basically lawful good while you have them. This is part of why, like all of this when I finish those feats will be in there. But like being truthful and kind is part of the personality. The flaw is that you must always speak the truth. You should hate Wango, and then you now have the ability as an action to always turn invisible. Which also something to keep in mind. You probably could have walked directly into this room with Taryn. You just had to go invisible. And then yeah, like Taryn, eventually I'll have yours set as well. But Oblaka is lawful neutral. You should be nervous and obsessive. You should be risk adverse and a slave to routine. And then you should hate Ijin. Um, and that one kind of sucks because I haven't given you guys a shitload of magical items, but you can attune to one more magical item.
Woohoo!
Nothing like a risk averse rogue.
Yeah.
So maybe Taryn, you might stop letting when I say like Taryn, you want to go first, right? You might have to be like, no, actually, after you.
Yeah, very much.
But yeah, you guys can quickly find out that when you pick up these items and a god starts to inhabit you, it's not necessarily the god you want inside of you.
Yeah, I wasn't. I thought about that invisible thing. Like maybe that would be enough if he went in, but then I thought, there's weird magic here. It might, maybe it's like specifically like you have to wear that mask or else nothing else. There's no other way to get around it. So Jarek's
And
not
that's
real.
where I feel like a wizard, somebody who has a high intelligence, might be more adept or like might be more apt to act on that because basically it would be the person who thinks about that. Don the mask or be seen? Well, if I can't be seen, do I need to wear the mask?
Right, right.
But yeah, I don't think it's ever necessarily the wrong action not to do that. But it is one of those things like it's funny to always remember like all of a sudden now you've got a fighter who just whenever you want invisible. So
Yep,
I'm
I'll
gonna
have to
step
remember that.
away. Let's shoot for like what is that, 5 till the hour? But basically same as always. If we get back earlier, we can jump back in a little bit early.
Yep, sounds good to me.
I'm still here as well. So welcome back.
Do you at least stand up and like do jumping jacks, Chris?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Do you stand up and like move around?
I mean, sometimes.
I gotcha. That's usually one of the best parts for me about taking the breaks is remembering like to move.
Yeah, I usually have I have like wireless headsets, so usually like walk around a little bit even when we're playing.
Gotcha. That's one thing like I feel like is definitely a player advantage. I don't hesitate to do it when I'm a player because you can usually predict little bits of time where you can actually like steal away and go use the restroom.
Yeah, like I know if I've just gone on a turn in combat, like I might have, unless like a creature attacks me, I have at least like a couple minutes, have something to drink or yeah, use something. As a GM, it's kind of like you're always pretty much always have to be there, ready to do something.
When I have my Bluetooth headset, it's definitely a bonus. Sometimes it's cool like to have those occasions where players are role playing and I do step away. Um that's one reason why I do like this is kind of like a more permanent kind of adventure. You're like in the shit for a long time. There's never that like almost like lower your inhibitions and hang out in a cafe or in a like tavern and actually drink time. Those are often the times where players can like hang out and like do role playing stuff that's fun. And I just like listen and I can actually go grab a drink or grab a snack without calling for a break. It's really, really delightful.
Yeah, yeah, makes sense.
It's definitely part of what I hate most about like Rime of the Frost Maiden. Has kind of a lot of that where, once you get out of 10 towns, like it's the first chapter of that whole book. We're on like chapter 8 or something. The first chapter is 10 towns. But like once you get out of 10 towns, there's no hanging out anywhere. It's just this Arctic wasteland. It's definitely one of those weird things about like that campaign. Even like Curse of Strahd, I feel like part of why I like the inclusion of like gypsy culture is that it's really, really light when you are away from the evidence that Strahd is evil. But like the rest of the campaign is really, really heavy. So it fits well as that like not comedic relief, but almost just like I don't know, like let down your shoulders and kind of relax for a bit.
It's almost like even though it's like it's like a dark campaign. Like if there's like no hope at all, like there's no like lighter moments, then it can get a little. Yeah, I feel like without some sort of kind of release valve like that, it can be tough. I mean, with everybody, I guess unless everybody kind of goes into it knowing like there's no, you know, this is like the super like grim dark kind of thing. Even there, I feel like you kind of need like at least some moments of like levity, if not like safety.
One of my favorite renditions of Dracula is I think Dracula Dead and Loving It. It's like
The one with
it's the comedy.
the one with Leslie Nielsen, right? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And it's just like this is such a beautifully done Dracula because it covers all of the really dark shit, but almost all of that is turned into a satirical joke. But you're still like I mean, like one of my favorite scenes is like when the wives at the start of it, like Rehnquist is like staying in the house and they're like floating around and like the eerie music is playing, and he's like, and would you just walk? And they immediately like sink down to the floor and cut out that shit with the music, and the music like cuts out.
Yeah, yeah. Have you ever checked out What We Do in the Shadows? Because I think you'd like that too.
That's the guy who did like the last Thor movie, right? The last two Thor movies.
Yeah, it's
Yes. I
Wakiti. I can't.
Yeah,
Taika
Taika
Waititi.
Waititi. Yeah. I was a big fan of that. I really liked it's the other guy who I feel like is the actor who's a little bit more famous. Um who like acts beside Taika in that. But yeah, I really enjoyed that. I haven't watched it. I think I binged it one time maybe like a year ago. I didn't realize it was like an ongoing thing because I feel like they just released another season.
Yeah, I think there was a pretty significant gap between seasons. Like after the first season came out, or maybe after like the first and second season that came out, then it was a while. Like maybe because of COVID or like when everything shut down.
Well, it makes sense if they did it like that because I feel like yeah, I heard of it like maybe in COVID and I looked it up and I started to watch it and it felt like they had a solid conclusion, like they ran like the show and did it. So I feel like that would make sense if there's like 5 or 10 years in between. But I mean, Taika Waititi like blew up with Thor, in my opinion, Thor, and then like Jojo Rabbit, very similar like way that he does movies. I feel like it's all kind of sits like it's almost the same movie, even though it's two different topics.
Yeah, I like Jojo Rabbit. I haven't seen most of the more Marvel. I almost feel like I need to, like, I'm a completionist, so I'm like I want to watch them like from the beginning, but then I never have time to watch like the 50 movies that have come out now, plus all the TV
It's
shows and all that sort of stuff. Yeah.
it's too much for me. Yeah, I stopped with Infinity War. I occasionally like watch some of them, but it's definitely not that same level because yeah, the TV shows tie into the movies now, and when you've got inside jokes, it's actually this is a big problem with bringing people into games with D&D is how often groups create inside jokes that makes it really difficult to bring in new people. That's the same thing that makes me not want to watch Marvel stuff anymore. Is because there's so many like throwbacks to their other things, and I'm like, I don't watch like all of that TV.
Yeah, yeah, like yeah. So and it's the same way with me and books. Like if I start reading a book and then I realize it's like not the first one in a series, I have to stop reading it and go back and read the first one, like and read it in order. Unless they're like
That was
completely like standalone books. But
that was a big problem for me to jump into the R.A. Salvatore because I wanted to start. I think I started with Grits with like I think it's Sojourn Exile. Like I think those were the first books, but they're not the first books in the series. So like some people will tell you to start with these books because they're the first books in the timeline, and then I'm it like stuff like that annoys me. I was like, wait, so these three books are a solid story? Cool, that's what I'm gonna read.
yeah, like so the first one that came out was what, the Crystal Shard in like the 80s, I feel like. And then then he went back and wrote kind of like those three kind of prequel, not I guess kind of prequel.
Oh,
Um,
that's freaking annoying to me then. That explains why like it was always kind of a throwback that Krishnabon was like inside of like the tower. I see like I said I never actually read like the ones before it. I didn't actually realize the Crystal Shard was one of them. I feel like I heard them called like the Cleric series because that's one of the other things. People talk about the name of like the three books, not necessarily that maybe the first of the Cleric series was the Crystal Shard, or maybe that's even another book series.
yeah, it was like it's like Exile is like the first one, I guess, chronologically in that series, but the first book itself was the Crystal Shard, and then like in the prequels, it kind of goes more into like like Guinevere and like backstory with like Zach Nafine and the how he left and all that sort of stuff. But it's like
Yeah.
it came out like so much later that, and then it's like, well, yeah, like if I was just, if I like was just starting with the third one and then I realized those were already there, then I'd have to be okay. I need to go read these before I come back and read this one. But if it's like if they come back and write a prequel like 10 or 20 years later, not much you can do, right? Even like with like George R. R. Martin, like right now he wrote like like he wrote the prequel, uh, before the Game of Thrones, before A Song of Ice and Fire. He's got like the big book, and name is escaping me, about like the whole like Targaryen things, but he didn't write that until like way after he started that, the Game of Thrones series.
But he hasn't actually finished the six of the Game of Thrones series. He wrote the prequel first.
Yeah, and then he wrote and then there's also like I think like um like more of like a history book, or like it's almost like a setting guide kind of book thing. He's been working on the sixth one for I feel like a decade now. So I'm not super confident that he'll finish the whole series.
I felt like he was a sellout back when I first saw that his books were like getting sold to HBO and they weren't finished yet. But like then when I saw HBO had like the prequel like show coming out, I was like, oh man, that's horrible. But to hear that he wrote the book probably so he could sell it, it just further solidifies he's like going for a sellout award. Like, bro, finish the Song of Ice and Fire so we have the six books of the original story.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he had like he seems like, given like his writing style and stuff, like he probably had like a bunch of kind of notes and rough drafts of like some of the history probably all written out. So it's not like, I don't think he probably wrote all that like new, but obviously putting it all together into something that'll actually kind of is readable would take a lot of time, and probably time and effort that he could have put towards finishing the original series. But then again, he's a writer, so it can only be so kind of, I guess, like angry at him for not writing what you want him to write. But it's annoying. It is annoying.
I think the biggest thing for me was how hard like I got into it because everybody like at work was always talking about it and I'm like, well, I don't want to hear you guys like constantly talking about it and ruin my experience. So I started to watch it and that was before I actually realized that he hadn't actually finished it. So everything got hyped up and I was definitely one of those people who I like started to criticize like how terrible the writing was. And then I later found out that was like in the fifth season or whatever, where the guys had gotten ahead of him who was about to publish his book. So I was like starting to criticize when they first picked up the writing because they had gotten ahead of him. And it was just one of those things where I'm like, oh, this just solidifies it. Like, I feel like betrayed by him because they have these terrible directors writing somebody else's work.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing how clear the distinction is between like what they based like the series on, like that was already kind of published, and then they get beyond it and it's like pretty like clear cut, like downhill. And I'm sure they like in terms of the show, like he was an executive producer, but I doubt he had that much day to day. It's like he's a big, it's a big name, so you throw the name on there. It's like, yeah, this guy is involved. So it's like when they come out with like a movie, it's like starring Bruce Willis, and then he's like in like two scenes
Yeah, it's
or
definitely the
some.
weird level of you're like executive producer because you have a say, not necessarily that you are constantly there changing things to make sure it fits. It's far more like don't break really, really big things. So
Yeah, it's like a veto power. Yeah.
I just threw the actual cards for Mao and Ubalaka up there for you guys to be able to see right now. One thing that I did check up on while we were on break is while they have qualities about them, um, it's stuff for you guys to decide how much you want to role play and not to role play. That flaw kind of overrides anything that you might have as a flaw that is opposite that. But otherwise, it's simply like Justin had a lot of characters at this point who have multiple consciousnesses. Um, that's really what it kind of comes down to most of the time, is purely just a question of role play this being inside of you as you would like to. The flaw is the biggest thing that I say, or that I'm basically asking you. If your character is opposite this, go with the god. But other than that, they're just kind of like another kind of voice in your head kind of thing.
Yeah, and I feel like with Jarek, he's trying to be a good person and not like he's not real devious, so it's not so much of a stretch. I would love to see this flaw on someone like Brannick, where he just has to be truthful about how terrible he is, and like what he's willing to do. But yeah,
So that gives us a little bit of the kind of like jumping back into this point. Um, we basically just had Terran kind of absorb the spirit of Ublaka. Terran, you are still silenced. Do you all have anything else that you want to do inside of this room? Still have, what is it, two of these desiccated corpses with a mask on them. Four of them are unmasked. Got the room off to the north of you. What kind of thoughts do you all have about progressing?
so Jarek is going to suggest we might as well pick up and take the other two masks if we can. Um, But he's also thinking like if we kind of know the trick of this room now, so if we needed a place to kind of lay low, we could, if we kept the masks on, then essentially we'd be warned if anything else tried to come in. If we try and make sure that there's no other masks available. And he would,
How do you feel about that,
suggest that
Chris?
to Taryn. Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out how to express that. Yeah, we
I
need.
mean, for what it's for one thing, Chris, like you're silenced right now. I don't ever want you to reduce your actual conversation. So when you want to actually like say it, basically like, you know, tell us what you're thinking, and we can basically, if it's something super complicated, we can put it to a performance check to see how well you express it in game. But otherwise, like this is the same thing I deal with a lot of times when people want to play a Aarakocra. They can't actually speak, like they have to use other people's words. And it's one of the things I always try to recommend. Like, this game is about communication. Like, communicate to us on like the higher level, and we all have to role play that Taryn is doing this while silenced.
Wait, isn't that a Kokra the?
Oh, the Kenku, I think you mean. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh
The
yeah,
other,
yeah,
the
my
other
bad.
bird people.
Chose the
Yeah.
wrong bird people. Yeah.
yeah. Sorry, but yeah, okay, yeah. I mean, Terran's fine with it, but he's not gonna be the one going around collecting the masks.
Yeah, so if you guys collected them before leaving, you can certainly do so. You don't necessarily need to rest right now. You guys are still pretty fresh. But you can collect up the last two.
Yeah, Jarek's thinking more for potentially later or when the next time we need a rest, but not obviously not now. But he'll go and once Tyron indicates that he's okay with that idea, Jarek will go and collect up the other two from remaining alcoves, and then suggest that perhaps it's time now to take a look, head down those stairs and see what's down that way.
Let me get a perception from the two of you. Solid. So you're going back towards the stairs?
Yeah, Jarek will kind of.
Is Jarek going to lead down the stairs? Are you going to try to push Taryn up to the front?
He'll go ahead and well, he'll turn towards Taryn. Say he'll ask, "Do you want to go first?"
And Tom will like shake his head and like do like a and just like go ahead.
You know, Jarek almost sign language to you again.
Yeah. So Jarek will kind of hesitate a moment and then kind of shrug and all right, that's fair enough. And he will, yeah. So he will start leading the way. He will have the torch out as he heads down. He'll probably be like doing his best to kind of looking at the stairs to see if there's any obvious signs of um, any sort of like trap or anything. But he's obviously not as good at it as Taryn is. But he will do his best to kind of keep an eye out for those.
Gotcha. Let me get a perception check here.
I mean, unless that was that perception check, so I'm happy to use that one. But
Nah, I was kind of like another thing. Um, yeah, kind of looking down these stairs. You can see signs actually that these stairs are actually kind of clean. There's definitely signs that like there's growth from like the moisture of this area, but kind of like looking for traps around them, you can see there seems to be some level of there is indeed traffic in this place. Basically like footsteps that kind of keep the moss from growing into the center of the stairs. But otherwise, doesn't appear to be any signs of like any like say like a line across the stairs or anything overt. Eventually, you make your way kind of down further and further, where you are going to see what I've revealed there. You can see the sign of an archway to your right, effectively south of you, and you can see that the river's flow seems to go to your left. But it's kind of like at a little bit of a zigzag where you're at. It curves a little bit to basically ahead of you before it turns again to your left as it's kind of flowing downstream there. But again, you guys kind of vaguely know the sewer grate is approximately like 20 feet to the east of where Ubalaka's tomb was. And that's where you're kind of seeing those arches to the right where you get to there.
gotcha. So Jarek's gonna ask Taryn to if he can borrow the pole for a moment, the 10-foot pole that Taryn's been using, and
Technically, that is his ring.
oh right, never mind, forgot about that. Is there any way for Jarek to tell, kind of without like stepping into it, either how deep the water is or like if the how quickly the like is it a fast current?
I don't think there's necessarily a reason that you can't feel around with your sword, and you would probably be a little bit more confident like doing so because it's like the one thing that survived that rust disintegration thing. Um but as far as things go, let me look at that real quick. I think let me have you do an investigation if you do like prod around with your sword.
Yeah, I guess you kind of like yeah, kind of hold it in and see like does he feel like kind of the the weight of like the current, all that sort of stuff.
Did we ever Did we ever go deeper? I don't even know when the last time I expanded your weapons powers for you guys. Do you have access to the like Zweinhander yet? Because that thing's freaking huge. Like the handle on a Zweinhander is like 3 feet long.
I don't think so. Right now, I still see, yeah, just the four: the kukri, cutlass, arming sword, broadswords.
Even in like the note section maybe for it. I don't know. I might have just not even gotten to that. But I feel like that's one of those things. I'm not sure when the last time I expanded those weapons was.
Yes, I don't see it in like the notes in the in D and D Beyond. I know either in like in like the chat or somewhere you had posted like the progression. Um, maybe in the still in the Sages and Slayers chat way back up. Or it may have been like direct messages to each of us. I don't recall off the top of my head, but
Yeah, don't even bother looking for those because I can look that stuff up quicker when I go for it. Because I know I have that attached to each of your characters. But yeah, I'll take a look at those later because I have meant to expand those again.
so 7 on that investigation check to try and see if the current or
What's your actual background with Jarek? You've come from a criminal background?
kind of like a shady. He was essentially kind of like a. I mean, he's a fighter. He kind of was essentially like a lackey for like a criminal organization.
But
Not
like
himself, but he's
is
not
that the
himself like a
actual background?
criminal.
What's the mechanical background that you selected for him?
Oh, we made a custom one as like a faction agent.
Okay.
It's sort of loosely based off, I guess, like the criminal background in terms of like having context, but um,
Yeah, I think it was to give you like a loose ability to tie into some of the different factions down here. There's not really solid info about this stream. I would say without like a solid reason to know about like fluid dynamics, if it's like a foot deep, it could still easily take you under. So you can like poke and prod and see it's not terribly deep. The problem is I don't think most people who don't have experience walking in flowing water understands how dangerous water is the moment it gets up to like your knees. Because if it buckles your knee, you're going under and you're you're just flowing with the water. Um, Not terribly dangerous when you're somebody who knows how to swim wearing cotton clothing. But the moment you're wearing like 30 pounds in leather or like 40 pounds in metal, it's a very different story. So, kind of poking and prodding around. Stream doesn't seem too deep. Um, I don't know if Jarek would understand that that is still potentially dangerous. That's kind of up to you to decide. But kind of poking and prodding, I would say it's a little bit less than about a foot. Um, Pushing in with a bladed weapon, you can certainly feel the flow is there. Doesn't necessarily tell you how powerful it is.
yeah. So what he might do is he's going to maybe like tie a rope around himself, have maybe Quinn, if Quinn is okay with it, kind of hold the other end to try and like if he like loses his footing or the current's stronger than he thinks it might be, to hopefully maybe pull him back up. Essentially, kind of like a little makeshift kind of harness sort of thing, and then once that's kind of wrapped around him, he will move to step into the water.
Gotcha. So let me just start you off with a strength check here. Gotcha. So it does take a little bit of effort for you to like maintain your footing in the water. There's certainly feel like pretty much any river, there's always like a certain level of maybe like sliminess of kind of like lichen is the wrong word, but I feel like it's like a water version of lichen, and that's what comes to mind. But basically like the green algae, there we go. Like there's little bits of like algae to make it slippery. It's not the sturdiest thing to walk in, but Jarek can understand like you've got the right idea, kind of tying yourselves together. Theoretically, if all four of you are kind of bound together, hopefully not everybody fails at the same time, where you just have the whole group getting washed away. Um, but there's a certain risk to walking this river. But the actual walls of this cave are basically like pretty clearly like um, I want to say cut by the river as I look at the arches that somebody clearly built here as well. But basically, like my idea is there's not like dry ground for you to walk on the edges. If you want to explore down here, I think yeah, like kind of tying yourselves together is the way to do it, and just try to basically like stick to this idea of um, you know, try to keep multiple points of contact, try to keep your bodies low, and this may be one of those things where it might be worth shedding some of your gear here and making sure to come back to it versus carrying it with you.
Yeah, like if Quinn's going to go into the water and if Zeros are going to go into the water, this might be another reason, another time to shed the armor.
Yep, precisely. I always think of Lancelot from the old 80s Excalibur, where at some point, oh wait, it might have been the actual king, but he like yeah, it was the actual King Arthur, falls into the water with all of his armor on, and it was not the king. But regardless, one of those things where a knight is really, really strong until they're drowning with 100 pounds of metal on them.
Right. Yeah. 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 So and Jarek will do the same kind of like with his backpack. Um, gonna kind of like leave it on the at the stairs. Maybe trying to have it keep it like within reach. Like if he needed to go back to grab something out of it, but and then he will.
How do you feel about that? Is Taryn kind of going along with this? Like, Chris, do you feel like you're going to do the same with your characters and we'll move all four of you into the stream?
Karen is kind of hesitant about it, but I think he would do it anyways. Being alone is not better.
Gotcha. So when you guys go to explore, assuming you take that time to kind of shed some of the just in general weight that everybody's carrying, in particular, like the actual armors, when you guys go to explore further, do you want to go to the right first, to the south, or go to the left, to the north first?
Gonna try and go against the current, so that would be up, I think, to the right. Right, current's going down.
Gotcha. So this is going to be like a weird thing here. I'm going to have each of you roll 2d20, and it's essentially looking for multiples of you to fail. No particular person can fail singularly and fail. Oh wait, it would be going down. The other way is against the current. That way is with the current.
Oh, I thought it was right to left. It's left to right. Gotcha.
But yeah, while you guys hop down here, let me just get 4d20, two from each of you. So yeah, with the two of him passing, even if Justin failed too, you guys are good. So just kind of like moving along here, you guys like pass under this first archway. You can see a little bit of kind of like the colored light of the little like sewer grate above you, kind of telling you that you're walking under that area that you all kind of spotted before. River kind of gets a little bit shallower as you're kind of heading off in this direction, but not necessarily like a whole lot at any given point. Um, but you'll eventually kind of come around this area where you're going to see. Uh, let's see. The river kind of curves to the right. Let me get a perception from you all here. Oh, wait a second. You guys are walking around with a torch, aren't you?
Yes.
Let me get a perception from Taryn and Jarek, and then we're gonna pretty much follow that right away. All right, both of you um start to smell like a little bit of rot in the air. There's going to be a moment where the air around you is about to catch fire and this place is going to explode. Let me get dexterity saving throws from both of you, or from all four of you, but you can have advantage on all of these. You guys are walking into this like pocket of air that's like filled with this essentially um, it's really, really silly because one passage in the book says it is odorless, and then another says it smells like rot. So, kind of stepping into this. All right, Zeros is like looking at you guys, like, "What are you doing?" And then first,
Yeah, Zeroth's last words. I don't smell any, and then
all right. So, as with all things that make me never want to ask for dexterity saving throws, Taryn, you will take no damage. Um, Jarek and Well, I guess Jarek, you'll take 25 there, fire damage. Um and then the two sidekicks, uh so Quinn, I need a DC 12 con check, and I think Zeros is just gonna lose a wound. Yep, so Quinn's good as well. Actually, realistically, I don't even want to make it that hardcore. What did you roll for? Roll a con check for Zeros. He's at the back of the group. It feels weird because it's effectively centered well ahead of you guys, and you're walking into it. I don't feel like it would be as powerful when gas explodes because you're bringing the fire to it. It's going to consume. Well, fires burn oxygen. Let's see. I think that works enough for me to say, sadly, Jarek, you're going to be the one who takes the brunt of that damage. We can leave the others pretty much unharmed there.
so Jarek will belatedly try to, um, just dunk the torch into the water. It's probably already kind of what's happened has happened, but and then he's going to look towards Taryn, and perhaps your rings would be better as he's kind of still smoldering and kind of patting himself, trying to put out the flames.
Yeah, and with that, Terran will just activate his rings with light.
Gotcha. So those like glow like 5 feet. They're not going to give you a whole lot of ability to like really move into a place like this. Let me get a couple of intelligences from the two of you. At very least, Taryn can recognize, but I feel like with both of those, the two of you might recognize like you've consumed the gas in like this pocket of the area. You might walk into another gas pocket where a torch might be problematic. But like this area here, the torch is not going to be problematic again. So it's a question of do you want to move really, really slowly with the rings and kind of feel safer, or do you want to progress forward going back with torches?
Um, it looks like actually Jarek also has a hooded lantern, so he's gonna maybe use that instead, thinking that maybe if it's kind of somewhat enclosed flame, that might be safer than a torch.
Gotcha. You can progress towards the hooded lantern.
Um, and he will keep it kind of unhooded, so like full light. Um, and yeah, start forward.
So when you guys kind of round that corner, you are going to see another set of stairs. Those lead up to your right. Um, little bit of kind of vague understanding what you're doing here. This is probably another stairway into the crypt. You guys who are looking at the actual virtual tabletop can tell it's pretty much guaranteed there's another secret entrance there.
Gotcha. And I think we haven't been so roundabout as probably I think Eric or probably Taryn might have a better sense of direction than Jarek does, but well, no, Jarek's got survival, so he can probably tell. Yeah, that'd be
Yeah, I think survival's a solid reason to recognize it. I don't have your actual like tool proficiencies kind of written in my stuff, but like um, like Island, he was a cartographer. That always gave me an easy sense of he has a little bit more of this. Like dungeon delver as a feat is the kind of thing that would make it much easier. There's definitely a lot of little things that can add up to that makes a lot more sense. Um, but I do think on some level, pretty much regardless, you have a solid sense that you've almost like walked around in a horseshoe around that room and you see another stair set up. It probably leads at least vaguely near there.
yeah. So Jarek's going to continue on past it. Um, let's
So let
see.
me have you all do again, like just 2d20 each.
I feel like that
Gotcha.
one is for Jarek. 18's
So
for Zero.
yeah, you guys might have like Jarek at some point lose his footing. As far as I'm concerned, everybody else can maintain their footing. Eventually, you're going to kind of come around this corner where the area starts to sound of falling water, and you will eventually kind of round a corner to see there's almost like a little like grotto. The water here is much shallower, maybe like 6 inches or so, and there is a chest that kind of sits in the center of this area, water flowing, water falling into this area, and there's just a singular chest.
Jarek's going to once he spots the chest, he's going to start kind of moving closer, then look back towards Taryn.
My bad. I just kind of looking over this again. Chest might be a little bit bigger than it looks there. This calls it a 6 foot long chest, 3 feet wide, 3 feet high, and it is suspended 1 foot above the surface of the 5 foot deep pool. So, my apologies. You're going to get to the edge of that pool, where almost like right where Jarek is, basically. Another step or two in front of you, and you're gonna like fall into the water, kind of thing.
Okay, gotcha. And when you
But
say,
part of why I wanted to like why I actually read it and came across that was because I also saw that it is suspended 1 foot above the water, so that chest is like floating in air. It's
yeah,
not
that's what I was going to
suspended by anything. It's just in the air.
Yeah, that's what I just got to ask, and that would definitely give Jarek pause when he sees it seems to be floating above the water.
No, my bad. I ignored the actual description. There's rusty chains from the ceiling. I really like magical things. I just apparently skipped over that section. It is hanging from chains from the ceiling.
Okay. Yeah, but Jarek is again gonna kind of turn back towards Taryn. Any thoughts?
Uh, Karen will like look around the room, like see if there's any way to get to the chest. Like there's like, I don't know, you can walk around the edges maybe, or see if there's any kind of pathway in the water.
You can kind of look around this area and see that effectively you're going to be swimming to the chest and probably like climbing up onto it. But otherwise, especially from your perspective, like the pool of water around it is too deep to like stand up next to it.
You said it was 5 feet deep, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that's above my head. I wouldn't be able to swim. I would be swimming.
Yeah, I mean, even the others, though, even at 5 feet deep, they're essentially going to be swimming. You could, like, actively put effort into stand, but even for somebody like I'm 5'11", if I'm in 5 feet of water, you actually have to, like, try to not to swim because it almost takes more effort to stand.
Yeah, well, Jarek will. I can get over there and try and get up, then I can lift you lift you up if you get. It seems like if it's 6 feet long, there would be enough room for the both of us kind of on top of it. At least, um, yeah. So Jarek's gonna kind of just keep an eye out. Give me a warning if see anything moving in the water, and
I would
he's
give you a kind of look at give me a warning, like, ow.
yeah, he like looks to Taryn first and give me Quinn, give me a warning if give me a shout if you see something. And he is takes Jarek a few minutes to or not a few
Are
minutes.
you still tied to somebody?
Oh yeah. Um I think it's the order was I feel like it was kind of like Jarek, Quinn, Taryn, Zeros.
I mean, my biggest point is one, do you want to untie yourself? And then two, potentially, do you want to tie yourself to Taryn and have Taryn let me know, pull on the rope?
That's a good idea. Yeah, Jarek will suggest that.
So you could do something like, Taryn basically hold the line with a little bit of tension, to like let him in and out, and maybe have like, how many symbols do you want, or like let him know? Is one, you know, I don't think one should ever be a thing because it's easy to do like one pull, but maybe two for there's a problem. You need like a second option and say there's three for this reason.
I think keeping it simple. So like give two sharp tugs if you see something, some sort of either anything strange. Two tugs, and I think before he steps into the water, Jarek is going to go invisible.
Excellent. Um, I think technically you're wearing the rope, so the rope is going to go invisible as well. But Darren, you can feel it in your hands.
And he would give him a warning, like before he just went invisible. But it takes him kind of a little bit to get himself, psych himself up to step into this water because there have been a few times in the past where that has not ended up well for him. But he will go ahead and, yeah, kind of like start to sort of wade slash swim over towards the chest.
Yeah, so again, the way I kind of think of this, like, might be a little bit easier with like your actual armor on. So maybe I am a little wrong, like considering it just like swimming. But I would say on some level, yeah, you can like get your feet down on the ground, but it's almost easier to actually kind of like push yourself forward with your arms. As you get like closer and closer to the chest, you'll start to be able to see, like assuming you've got now like Quinn maybe holding the lantern and Taryn like letting out the rope for you. You
Yeah.
can see as you get closer to it, there's like a locking mechanism on the front of this chest and is swimming up towards the center of it. The actual like lock mechanism looks like that same demon's face where it's like screaming in pain, and the mouth seems to be the keyhole for this. When you get up to it and get a little bit closer, you might have to like call for them to adjust the light a little bit. You can start to see that there is like writing around the face of this demon. But as you get closer with a little bit of aid from the light being kind of drawn across in this right way so it reflects correctly, you can read that it says, I devour all but the greatest thieves.
So Jarek is going to read that aloud to the others. And he knows he is is certainly not one of the greatest thieves. And yeah, he's going to, I think, kind of after reading that, looking the chest over, he's gonna shout like, I'm coming back," and start trying to make his way back to the others to try and see if they have any ideas about what to do here.
Well, with you getting back and telling us, Tarum would probably just like give a shrug and like, I'm like, leave it alone.
I mean, you're good, Taryn, but one of the greatest
He would
might
kind
be
of
a
give you a
stretch.
guy at that, but
Derek has to tell the truth.
Can I give you both inspiration for playing those guys right now? Because holy shit, I'm dying here. You're trying to convince Taryn, and Taryn's not allowed to want this.
And I can't lie and say, of course you can do it, Taryn. I'm not sure he can. Um, yeah, Jarek will. I mean, because if Taryn definitely seems hesitant, and he'd be the only one of us who'd have any shot, I think. Unless this is some sort of trick like that hourglass. Unless it's just some sort of warning, but you'd be the one trying to open it, Taryn, so I'll leave the choice to you whether you think that's a risk worth taking.
yeah, Tarum will just shake his head like, nah. Start moving away a bit.
All right. Before before we leave, Jarek's I'm just gonna, I don't know why I'm doing this, but he's gonna go back into the water, like let them know he's going to go back into the water, and he wants to essentially try and dive down into the pool. I don't know how clear the water is, but if he can try and essentially search like the kind of dive, or not really dive since only 5 feet, but essentially kind of like maybe feel around more like on the kind of the ground, the surface underneath the water, below the chest, and just see if he kind of finds or feels anything that catches his attention.
Gotcha. Yeah, there's times where this is described as it's pretty like dirty water. I feel like this is the location where it's cleanest. But even with basically like multiple torches, it's probably pretty difficult for any lights to kind of like sink into the actual bottom area of this. I think the sun usually struggles to get much more than like 4 to 5 feet deep, except for in like the clearest of like mountain streams. And this is clean water from the stone, maybe, but you're still in a jungle. So I'd say you're definitely going on far more feel than not. I think for what it is worth, though, it'll still be perception. Um, Not necessarily a disadvantage because you are feeling around, and the idea is just at the base of this. So, um, uh, roll roll a d100. My bad. I'm looking something up as why I'm silent right.
Oh yeah, no worries.
Oh, that time I was talking and I was inside of the word processor. Can you either /R space 1d3 or roll a d6? So at the bottom, kind of feeling around with your hands, little bits of grime, little bits of like rock down there, and kind of right around when you're like almost looking to give up and kind of return to the surface, you just feel something that seems like smooth and almost rounded and kind of almost in like a teardrop shape, enough that it's probably interesting enough to pick up.
Yeah, Jarek will do so, and then
So,
to kind of the surface. Oh,
yeah,
he's
upon
coming.
getting back to the surface, you've got like a little vial. There's definitely some like grime and like algae growing on top of on it, but you've got like a little glass vial in your hand.
So Jarek will kind of, as he comes to the surface and kind of looking at it and found something. I think I found something, and he will move back. Oh, actually, sorry. Even before he does that, does he when if he looks at the chest and kind of like the chains suspending it, do they look like would they need to be broken through to try to um, get it like to essentially knock it from the suspension, or is there do they look like there'd be a way to essentially like almost like unhook them kind of thing? If we we cannot gonna be able to carry it, so scratch that. Never mind. He's returning to the others. Sorry. And kind of once he is kind of able to get back onto kind of the shallower water, he'll just try and kind of clean up the outside of the vial a little bit. And
Small little vial with like a little bit of almost like a gray fluid inside of it that seems to just kind of be in like tumultuous motion.
interesting. Don't know what it is, but he'll stick it in his belt or like a little pocket. Perhaps there's a trick to getting that chest open, but I can't think of what it could be right now. Perhaps we come back to it later, Taryn.
It gives you a shrug. Yeah, maybe.
Jarek is half thinking maybe it's just like a kind of essentially all bark and no bite sort of warning, like a trick like the hourglass, but he's not willing to try that himself, and he doesn't want to make obviously he's not going to force anybody else to do it. So and we don't see any other sort of like ways of egress out of this kind of little area. Um, uh, like the water going off in another direction. It seemed to be kind of like the terminus here with the waterfall.
Yeah, one of those constant things where I don't even think like Wizards of the Coast has the same people make the maps as the people who write the descriptions. This is actually described as like much more that like the rock around this area is porously like almost sweating water, rather than there's like an explicit waterfall. But really looking around this place, I would say it would fit to describe like even that waterfall is just like a heavier flow straight from the rock face, where this is basically, yeah, a terminus. It's like a dome in this area, and the water is coming from here, but there doesn't appear to be anywhere else.
Gotcha. Yeah. So Jarek will suggest that perhaps we try and explore back the other way.
So, assuming you guys do start to like bind yourselves back together, in whatever order you would like to, um, to get everybody kind of reset. If you want to change the order, let me know. But otherwise, kind of that same idea. Let me just get two d20s from each of you, and we'll kind of cover that ground back to the other area. Um, yeah, so you guys kind of get back to that original area where you came down here. You see the stairs. Oh, I should have rolled to see if anybody steals your stuff. You don't see any sort of signs like of anything disturbing your things. They all still seem to be sitting there. Eventually, you can kind of like come around that corner, see another archway that seems to belie one other passage that kind of comes over this. I would say again, there's no real need to necessarily question. You have a vague idea that that is the hallway that leads to the rust room, and the water kind of continues to flow off in that direction. Uh, and I think I'm gonna call for at least one more here, but let me get another round of d20s from you. All right, that might be the one that matters. That 6 and the 1 was right there from you, Chris.
Yeah.
So let me get an athletics or strength check from Jack. Your choice. I think you have athletics though, so
Yeah.
yeah. So the others kind of fall down. There's like a quick moment where maybe like Quinn right behind you is like the first to almost bump into you, and you hold yourself and like go to catch her before all of a sudden like the others are flowing past you as well, like in the water. You're able to kind of sturdy yourself. Maybe even it is still close enough to that archway where you kind of like brace yourself against like the left side of the arch and actually like move further left so you can use that like frictional force against the arch to help yourself steady against their weight when it comes taut. But you can kind of catch everybody there with the tension on the rope. All of them are able to stand back up. But you can kind of see like the water kind of is continuing off in this direction even further. It continues on for a while. Um, but you guys can kind of progress forward there. You can get back into the order that you would like. You don't have to like stick in that like fallen order. But I'll basically ask again if you can another roll here. So kind of continue on. There's definitely a certain sense of recognizing the water kind of gets stronger here. As you guys kind of continue on further and further. You will kind of have a little bit of a sense that maybe the water is getting deeper as well. Taryn might have the greatest sense of this, where, I feel like Taryn is definitely basically walking, um, like into his calves, whereas the others, or wait, not calves, quads, where the others are like in their calves, like lower legs. So Taryn is probably struggling a little bit more than the others. But you kind of can continue along this. You have like a long, sweeping kind of right turn as you kind of like walk around that area. And then let me get one more set of d20s from you. All right, let me get a strength saving throw from each of Quinn and Zeros, please.
Zeros.
Alrighty. Alrighty. So let me get dexterity saving throws from the three who have currently failed here. Zeros, and then your two mains, and then another strength saving throw from Quinn. Alrighty. So as you guys, I've got you way ahead of where you guys actually have your tokens here as we kind of explore around this. You might see like it's gone like very far to the east at this point. But you guys are basically going to be kind of like walking towards this point where you start to see this long sweeping right turn starts to come to a point where it kind of takes a sharper left turn. And that's going to be where Taryn and Jarek first slip. When they slip, they're going to get pulled along and away with the water. Quinn can almost catch everybody off. Zeros is going to tumble into the water as well, and you all are going to get pulled. And this whole time, this water is not only like starting to feel stronger, it is actually actively like getting louder and louder, to where some people might start to recognize there is a oncoming waterfall. You're basically going to watch as these stairs just kind of flash by you all while everybody's caught up in the water. And Zeros is going to go over this edge. Quinn is able to kind of catch the others, just kind of like force of will, like braced in the water. You've got Taryn and Jarek are going over the edge, kind of catching the last minute, as basically you all will be on this little like. I mean, I don't even necessarily think you guys have light here because of how that works, but you kind of have to see. So you're just gonna kind of get like thrown into this like bit of like an open cavern. And as Quinn is like the last person who's like standing on the actual river that you were walking in, you've got Jarek um and Terran like held off on the edges, and Zeros is just kind of dangling there. Let me have a Constitution saving throw from Zeros, please. Gotcha. So he's solid there. So again, I don't know if you guys are currently looking at it, but I'm about to move you over to the northeastern side of this map.
Yep, I've been following along the river. I just hadn't, moved the token.
So kind of looking like that at this point, as you guys almost have like Quinn, like with her rope directly leading to Jarek, who caught himself, and then the other side of her rope kind of leading towards Terran, and then Zeros kind of hanging off of Terran. I think that was vaguely the order you guys were walking in. That's how I'm describing it, so it is now fact. Quinn is staring across this gap at the head of this waterfall and sees that there is a beautiful golden chest that is just sitting about 17 feet or so across this like open chasm, a little bit down below you all, but it just seems to be sitting on this like random ledge. And the others, as they get to safety, might notice the same thing. But let's pretend that like in all of that I guess realistically, it's probably by the light of Terran's rings that anything can kind of be visible. But pretty quickly, Jarek kind of getting to might relight the torch or the lantern to where you guys can see a little bit more thoroughly. And then again, like there was a stairwell back behind you all a little bit. All of those checks that whole time was to try to normalize it for when you got close to the waterfall.
Yep, yep. Uh, while Zeros is dangling over the edge, well, I guess there wouldn't be light at that point, so he wouldn't be able to see how far, how deep the
Assuming
chasm is.
Taryn has his rings lit, like his rings, I feel like we said were like normal light for like 5 feet. So technically, like 10 feet of glow would be enough that even like dim light, you can kind of make out like the glow shining or the gold like shining in that. But yeah, it wouldn't be till Jarek lights something really that you guys get full light here.
Yeah, so if once Jarek is able to kind of like get up, get the lantern lit again, kind of try and steady, kind of brace himself, like standing to try and make sure he doesn't slip again. He's gonna try and kind of like holding the lantern out, try and peer down and see how far the drop is, like if he can see the bottom of this apparent like kind of little chasm or.
The extent of the light reaches just into darkness. You can roll an intelligence here, but basically, like the 30 feet or so of the light is all, it doesn't even change how black it looks below you.
Yeah, so however deep it is, it's deep. Good thing you didn't fall in there, Zeros. Close thing. But he's going to suggest we try and, if we can, try and get back towards the stairs that kind of we briefly glimpsed as we were getting swept away. Or I suppose we really should try and get back to our where we left our packs.
You have any thoughts, Darren? Oh,
Yeah, I was gonna say, Terran like gives a nod, like agreeing with that idea. Get back to the packs.
So Jarek will can offer to take the essentially go back to the order we had before this all happened. So it was like kind of like Jarek, Flynn, or Quinn, then Terran, then Zeros, and yeah, try and start making our way back.
gotcha. Let me just get another round of d20s from all four. When you guys get to those stairs, are you going to?
Zeros just really wants to go over the edge here.
No, is there? Oh, okay. That's I got you. Yeah. Let me get. What is that? That's strength saving throw from Jarek and from Quinn. You guys should be good on that.
So the strength saving throw, Jarek, that 11 would be a 16.
No, no, no. I mean, like that's you guys like holding yourselves. I want the strength saving throw to try to stop them from pulling.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah. But like I said, like those two are. That's part of why I said like you're probably going to need three people to fail to really take you guys out. The oddball of it is that essentially when Zeros and Terran are the two who don't fail, it's a little easier to take everybody out with two. But yeah, the two of Quinn and Jarek are able to stop everybody there. It's pretty much getting you right back to that same spot where you're like approaching this kind of final turn in the water when they slip out. So it's a very similar spot to where you basically wiped out before. I kind of was looking at it as you wiped out just on the other side of that turn the first time, and you'd basically be wiping out just there again, basically. Um, One question though is like, are you going to investigate these stairs here, or do you all continue back to your packs, like hardcore beating it for the pack?
Jarek would suggest we maybe, try and investigate a bit, maybe get out of the water and a couple minutes to catch our breath while we're seeing if these stairs lead anywhere.
Yeah, Terran would be on board with the idea of getting out of the water, but maybe be a bit more cautious about investigating further.
Gotcha. So when you go for those stairs in a pretty similar way, you can kind of see some signs that there's actual like footpaths up those stairs, that they seem to be kind of used before you kind of get towards the top of them. Start to hear like little bits of sound kind of going through the stone, but it's kind of a weird thing because of the actual like rushing water. It's hard to focus on. But after a little bit of effort, you all can. I don't think there's any reason for you not to know. The question is do you have a solution to it? You guys can find a way into the tomb of Mao once again.
So assuming this seems like just like a wall dead end, I think Jarek would look to kind of see if it's the same situation as before, where like the ground is loose and it seems like very kind of loosely constructed. That would be his first thought, is to see if try and check to see if it's a similar situation here.
Yeah, so part of why I say like it's a little bit easier to find from this side is this is the side like the secret entrance is meant to be accessed from. It's meant to be secretive from the other side. But yeah, it's much clearer on this side that there is foot traffic that leads up out of the water and towards this area. And it would definitely be there is a lot less care put into like the actual like sealing of the bricks here, and that's part of where I say like when you basically once you find this river, the river gives you access to those 3 secret tunnels. The real question is do you go close? If you investigate the stairs at all, you'll eventually find the secret tunnel to it. Might be as simple as you actually see that there's other bricks on this side. But again, for what it's worth, like once you have access to this, you'll kind of eventually get all 3 of them simply by going there.
Gotcha. So, like once we start taking the bricks away, um, is it? I guess it would be pretty clear because the sarcophagus is open. We would recognize the room that we're coming into.
Yeah, like
Jared.
one brick pulled away, you guys would be able to see. Um, yeah, when you guys pull away the bricks, I probably actually should have. The first brick pulled away, you could kind of shine a little bit of light through, and you would see that there is once again a skull inside of a crystal cube sitting on top of a little pedestal, and that pedestal overlooks a sarcophagus. The sarcophagus would be sealed shut.
And with that, immediately, Taryn would be kind of pulling on the rope, like the 2 sharp tugs. But she's behind Queen, it's like kind of getting her to like, stop, Yarrick. Like, we're not going in there.
Did we close it back up? I guess I can't remember. Eric's gonna, once Taryn gets his attention. Didn't we smash the skull?
That, Taryn,
Mostly because I don't want to remember into next session. I feel like we've got to have Taryn is able to speak now because I just want it to go back to normal for next time.
okay. Kind of getting like, finally getting worse. But yeah, yeah, whatever. We're not going in there again. I mean, even if we did seal it up again, I don't think we did. I don't really remember either, but doesn't seem
At
safe to
very
go in there.
at very least, you guys would also remember you had to destroy that crystal cube to destroy the skull that is now back singular in one whole piece.
Well, I remember it exploding on us, so
Yeah, so Jarek he will agree that maybe we shouldn't go back in there and actually try and kind of replace the brick as carefully as he can, like almost like seal it back up. Or not seal it, but you know, um, and then I guess back into the river, I guess.
So I think for what it's worth, I won't necessarily give you guys another chance to fall down the waterfall. But I think what we'll do is we'll pick up next session, pretty much with you guys back at your stuff there. Um, I guess realistically, is the intention basically to go back to the fan and kind of mess with that puzzle?
I think so because that's the other sarcophagus we've seen. So don't have any.
Yeah. So I think we will pick up with you guys basically approaching back into that area. Do you like that marching order of like the 4 of you moving like that?
That works for me.
yeah, Terran's fine.